Alright, and we're live. Got everybody here. Tested, yada 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 yada.
Hello.
Hello.
Rada 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 rada.
Indeed.
So, for the most part, who remembers what happened last time?
Aelin's angels broke out Ulrich.
But Aelin did it last time, or at least he tried to. Alright, we're gonna have to start doing the thing where we're gonna... Okay, so...
Well, do you want me
Sorry,
to
I
do
remember
it?
what happened. I fucking put my mic up and didn't realize I put my mic up. I was talking and everyone was ignoring me.
Alright, well, beginning of everything, we had decent amount of us did jack shit. We went off and enjoyed our day. The rest of them got polymorphed into Aelin's angels with Aelin's angels and went into Firebeard Keep to break out Ulrich Firebeard. After some shenanigans in there and some big time sneaky sneaks, they befriended his flame salamander and broke Ulrich out after using drunk darts to really ruin the entire career of a guardsman who was on guard duty of a legally dead dwarf. I do not look forward to seeing the
I really
aftermath.
want to know what,
Hey, Emmett, good boy.
what the ABV of that dwarf was at the end.
I feel like he was dead, but it's still correct that we ruined his career, even if he is dead.
Do a blood
Yes.
test, just like alcohol percentage, yes.
So, after that, they went through, and they helped get their brother out, while all of them taking a ship to the glory, that is, Emerald City, without Aelin sending any word, even though he did see them off. He was stressed, clearly.
He did the big dumb.
Fenris and Oswald went and saw a movie, well, a few movies, and spent a lot of money on all the snacks, and learned about the glory of a giant kaiju fucking lava dragon turtle. Aahana and Wilk went into Copperbeard Keep and lied their fucking mouths off, without any forethought or planning at all, and were mediocre blacksmiths.
Yeah.
Then the group got together, explained everything that happened. Aelin never once mentioned that he did not send word, and things happened a little bit after that. But then they went back to Copperbeard Keep. She was not happy.
No, Aelin got arrested.
Yeah, that's right. Aahana did indeed have to collect Aelin from the jail after he started a whole slugfest in the streets. God help us.
Totally won that fight.
We also
did not.
Before all that, did turn in all of those extra contracts and Ulrich. But more importantly, when we all got together and went to Copperbeard Cap, not only was she not happy, but Aahana had to plead for the chance for us to earn our commendations. The mission was, and it was placed on Wilk's shoulders since he's the one that forefronted the whole, yeah, we'll totally stay here and be blacksmiths. Whether to earn good graces or not was still deception. And they had to go to school. Aahana got to be Aelin's mom-mother. Aelin got the wonderful glory that was kindergarten and child of the day and finger paints.
Finger paints, baby!
Oswald became best friends with the popular kid who got into the popular kids, who happened to be Lufa. Aelin also learned Dwarvish. Oswald, I believe, also topped his class. Well done, Oswald. Well done. Fenris and his bunkmate didn't get along the first night, but soon became good friends, and he joined up with the equivalent of the jock clique, and did his best in school, but as we know, he is not the best with school, ended up getting help from Wilk, who compared notes with his bunkmate and joined the nerd clique. Him and his fellow nerds gave Fenris the best crash course in history, and they all went in and passed their tests. Now we left off. earning our diplomas in our little jumper suits and school uniforms. And apparently everyone fucking hates politics, except Oswald at the very end.
Does anyone have anything else to add to that?
Aahana is trapped, keeping an eye on Aelin now for a couple of months until his court hearing.
Aelin is no longer allowed to cook ever.
Yeah, I think you poisoned yourself like twice.
He never claimed to be a good cook.
And yet you had the audacity to be to critique Ahana's.
Never claimed she was a good cook either.
I'm just imagining how bad he is. Like, he's rummaging around in the kitchen. Aahana's just giving up and is eating cereal. And he's like, where the fuck what fucking drawer did I leave that fish in? 2 questions. Ahana's like, 2 questions. Aren't you making mac and cheese? Yeah? And why would you put fish in a drawer? Where else is it supposed to fucking go?
It's me drawer fish.
Who wants to roll the D100?
I do.
Go ahead.
47.
I guess Aelin really did learn dwarfish.
Wow.
Fenris. We'll start with
Hi.
you.
Okay.
Describe a moment when Fenris felt triumphant.
Probably the Slayer task. Killing the ice wolf just bare fucking handed.
Wasn't that great?
That was fucking awesome.
That was fucking great. That's like peak shit right there.
Yeah.
Thank you. Aahana. Describe a moment when you felt triumphant.
Well, there's been a few. I guess my favorite is when I became a Valkyrie. I don't know how much of that I'm allowed to tell, though.
I mean, we're all friends here and trusted allies. By all means.
You've never told me what it takes to become a Valkyrie.
Just take swearing an oath to Sahara, and for her to find you worthy.
Yes. Okay, sorry. I was like, no, you just haven't told me.
Ah, sorry. I was also leaving it open to like how you felt it would have happened too. It's very open.
I
and
would have.
beautiful.
I'll say, and sorry, this is not fully in character. I'll say
you're fine.
She probably defeated something. I'm trying to think of like a beast that maybe Scheherazade would look at her defeating. Something chaotic. Not the Aldronga, but something like them, I guess.
There's definitely Hyder on the swamps in the Green Isles.
Yeah!
Emerald Isles, basically.
She like defeated like a big one.
Yeah.
And maybe that probably got Scheherazade's attention. And she was like, sweet, yeah, I'll become a Valkyrie.
We could definitely say that you were probably defending someone that required the aid as well.
Probably one of the Kindred tribes.
Right?
Because there's quite a few out there, aren't there?
Oh yeah, and you probably, along the lines of, putting your life on the line to help them, it showed quite a bit of valor and the willingness to defend the weaker.
Yeah. Nice. I have to write that down now so I remember it.
You write that down.
You know, if Oswald ever hears that's how you became a Valkyrie, you're gonna be talking about like, I defended their honor and she descended, and you're gonna be like, yeah, but what about the Hydra? Tell me more about it. Answer every question I ever have about Hydras, so I don't have to do it in the book where I'll get lost and look at goblins.
Oswald.
Yes.
Describe a moment when you felt triumphant.
I know the exact moment when he ate his way out of the Kelpsy.
Ah.
It was his first actual successful big monster hunt. The first time he ever, obviously in the moment he was just like, what the fuck is happening? But when his soul stone finally buzzed with him getting that ability, that's when he felt truly triumphant.
Nice. Wilk. Describe a moment when you felt triumphant.
Well, I have a few fun moments that I remember, especially recently. There's capturing Luson, stopping the Kelpsy, and even stopping the Blythe in the well. But I think one of the best moments I had was Sharir's village. We went through a great deal of effort just surviving the wilderness to make it there. And whenever we finally did, there was nothing to fight. It was destroyed, fucked up. And there was a lot of mixed feelings around. People wanted to be helpful, but they didn't know how, and one was lost, what felt like emotionally, and just gone altogether while they were wailing at their corpses. I think triumph raises best from the ashes of a failure. And that day really felt like I got to help my friends and just generally fix a serious emotional problem.
You know, this is why you're the leader, right? This is why they all default to you.
Nah.
Now you just gotta get better at it. Aelin, describe a moment when you felt triumphant.
Huh. I think it was probably when I got me new boon from Adrian.
Or when I got Child of the Month in kindergarten. That was another highlight of my life.
No, that wasn't pride. That was just another example of how I'm better than you people.
Yeah, because now you can hear and understand what all the fucking dwarves are saying.
Right?
Without having to have
I'm just
people
imagining him sitting there looking down his nose like, I got Child of the Month in kindergarten. How dare you talk to me like that?
It's the final fucking battle. We're fighting off against Narthuza, who's just like, I am chaos. I am a fundamental being of the universe. Who are you? I am Child of the fucking Week.
Not even
Not even
week.
week, it was
Child of
day.
the day.
Child of the fucking day. What? Well, you know that he would blow it out of proportion. I'm Child of the fucking month.
He would say year, I believe, at that point.
Century.
Jesus.
He is just the child.
I am the fucking child. Mandalorian sting.
290 years ago, in me schoolings, I was a gifted and talented student.
Why did you turn into Ruby?
Because I was trying my best not to turn Jamaican.
You should hear him try to play the dwarves in our D&D campaign from World of Warcraft. Half the time they turn Jamaican halfway through. It's really interesting.
It's so bad that now whenever I run the session, as soon as I even think about doing a dwarf's accent, the troll ambiance plays in the background with the drums.
It's literally, he has two voices. Human and everything else, mon. See, it's a very versatile accent, mon. I can be a worgen, I can be a tauren, I can be a dwarf, I can be a troll.
Hey, brother, Jabby wanting some of our dwarven arms. You not be getting this powder from me beard, man?
This be going in me book of grudges, mon.
So,
Yeah, brother.
let's get back into the game. You guys
Did you ask
all
everybody?
graduated.
Oh yeah, you did. Sorry.
You all have a little scroll of, you know, like you didn't graduate from the school, but you graduated from a week of school. And it's just like a little token of, yeah, they passed. It's literally like if you were to open the scroll and look at it, it literally says they performed at standard quality and have passed to a degree of success, Dwarven Academy.
We're all like, this is our diploma.
signed by the
weekly
person.
review.
And now you guys are outside the front gates of the school in your little outfits and jumpers and shit with your bags of stuff because, you know, you're now moved out. What do you want to do?
Was she wanting us to do it immediately after the week to return with our graduations?
She didn't specify. You do you, man. What do you want?
Are you wondering this out loud?
I'm going to look to the others. Said so.
I
That was
think-
an internal monogram. It'd be like,
I think the best thing that we can do is literally just go in the school uniforms so she sees that we got, he puts up air quotes, embarrassed.
I mean, we may have enjoyed it, but it's definitely a bit humiliating to have just barely made it through with just their children.
I'm surprised that they were able to adapt to, you know, my anatomy so well. Like, do you have any idea how hard it is to get clothes fit for a bird kindred not in a bird kindred village?
I have
I'm
wings on
keeping
my
these.
back. I'm
How
surprised too.
far away is the keep?
About an hour.
Perhaps, Wilk, you should try and send word ahead that we're on our way, so she can be prepared for us.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that'd be a
don't,
good idea.
don't
That
think
seems to
they-
be something we should have been doing from the get-go.
True enough. Is there nearby any form of sending word from this area?
I mean, the Zinch district is close by. Sortnowel. I mean, it's like a 2-hour walk away, but you don't know about if there's anything else anywhere.
Perhaps the school can send word. I'm sure they have their own personal messengers.
They might.
Or, you know,
Ask.
I could just go ahead as an envoy and say that we're all coming. I can just put on my wings and the high movement speed and go ahead.
Or we can send a message, and while we wait for the message to arrive, we have noodles.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Well, it is
Yeah.
early in the morning. Our entire sleep schedule has been fucked because of this, hasn't it? Or
No, you guys
rather,
are on a
righted.
really good sleep schedule now.
We're
You
actually
guys
on a
sleep
proper
8
sleep
hours
schedule.
every night, starting at like 10 p.m. If not.
No, we're not.
earlier.
We're not saying that we are in a bad sleep schedule. Our sleep schedule has been ruined.
Or
Now
rather,
we're on dwarven
rewrited.
time.
We used to get up this time all the time. Ever since we've been down here, Aelin's been fucking with us with this whole. I know what time it is. It's actually 10 p.m. and it's 5 a.m.
I am the
No.
god of time.
I do want to know,
Alright,
are
child of
are
the day.
dwarven schools like actually better at taking care of their kids than like real schools? Like, do they make sure the kids have a actual proper balanced breakfast instead of contracting the same people that make prison food?
I mean, you guys sat there and you ate quite a bit.
I
I
like
would
my
say
lunch
so,
days.
yes.
And they actually make you like take 10 hours of rest and shit. Like, okay, that's good.
Well, I mean,
We're
this
like
is
as healthy as we
also,
ever have been.
This is also a boarding school. And it's not the public school, and you don't know if there is public schools. This is you guys don't ask a lot of questions, nor have you looked around too much. This is all you know about the potential of schooling for dwarves, and this is crystal dwarves in particular.
Well, we do know quite a bit now, just because we had to go through history and politics classes.
Yeah, basically.
History did not cover schooling, and politics.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying in
you,
general.
You learned a lot about that. They do put a lot of money towards schooling in particular.
It feels a lot more professional than anything me and Fenris know about. I mean, where we came from, there was a lot of wolf kindred, so we kind of got the wolf kindred family vibe there, but graduating was just not dying by eating the wrong berries.
Oh, kind of the same. For the people I went to train with for primalism, it was just if you could properly attune to a stone, you're done. You can go back and learn again, but I mean, I didn't want to.
Interesting.
That's what my dad learned.
Alright then. Should we send Oswald as an envoy or go get some meal? It's like 6-ish something a.m. considering they kicked us out early and bright in the morning.
We'll probably just send the letter and go eat something. I don't
Okay.
think we want to wake her up this early.
Well, we wouldn't wake her up. We'd wake her servants up. Be like, hey, we're gonna come here in like 2 hours. They wouldn't wake the queen up, the Duchess up, and say, hey, in 2 hours someone's gonna come.
Right. Oswald, be quick then. I'll let you deliver the letter from Zinch Market, and we'll meet you at the noodle shop since you've got the speed on us.
Oh, you're not gonna hire an actual
We can hire an actual-
pseudo dragon?
We can hire a pseudo dragon.
Yeah, isn't that
I
what
just didn't
we're
know if you
going
wanted
to
to
No,
be more
he's-
impressive
He's
sending an envoy.
he's sending you to the Zinch market since you have speed.
Oh,
to go
okay.
get the
What
letter
do I?
sent.
Yeah.
He rips off a page of the back from the back of his sketchbook, or from the middle of his sketchbook, I guess, and has you write down what to send.
Alright, we'll be about 7 by the time we all settle in for noodles. We'll eat for an hour. It'll be about 2 hours
It won't be
long.
7, it'll be 8.
It'll be 8 whenever we start eating. It'll be 9 by the time we're done. 10, 11 by the time we get back.
It'll be 12 by the time you get up there. It's 3 hours back up to the Copper Keep from the Stone Heart Market.
Alright, then we'll meet up at 12 there then.
Okay.
Keep shortening the time it takes to travel, and it pisses me off.
Actually, I
I'm
just
assuming
figured I was
you
doing
don't
everything
just
right.
write, we'll meet you at 12. I'm assuming you write an actual letter.
Yeah, with the stamp and everything.
And then my blue wings come out of my back, and I zoom the fuck away, going 120 feet every 6 seconds over to the people to, send the letter.
Well, considering the fact that you were all like, well, okay, sure.
I'm going to the Stoneheart Market, yeah.
Yeah, no. It's Zinch Market is where you know there's a place to hire a pseudo-dragon. You hire a pseudo-dragon, it only costs like 2 copper. And then you actually get to the Stoneheart Market before they do.
Mm-hmm.
You'll probably be there for about an hour before they get there. What do you want to do?
Knowing what people usually eat, I go up and I basically, I wait around for a bit, and when I feel like they're about to get there, I fucking
What are you doing for the hour that you're waiting?
Flipping through my book.
Okay. Is nothing else?
Nothing else. I guess Lufa's probably going in and picking up a shift.
Well, she has such schedules, so
okay.
She would be starting up tomorrow if she was going to be going back to work.
I just wait for him.
Okay. Well then, I guess after a while, the rest of you will show up. Looks like Oswald's been there bored for a while, considering he's reading his book.
All right, well, order some noodles. Look to the others.
Oh, he already ordered for you.
No spicy.
I didn't order you spicy, don't worry.
What?
What
Why
did
not?
you order, everyone, Oswald?
I ordered what they usually get. So for Oswald, he just ordered, the super meaty stuff. For Wilk, he ordered a bowl of like normal, like kind of deluxe noodles, but not with spice in them, just with everything else in them. For Aahana and for Aelin, I don't know why I couldn't think of his name. I was looking right at it. I ordered the spicy bowl, and I don't remember what Fenris got, so I just ordered him the spicy bowl too.
Okay. Well, those of you with spicy bowls roll. Wilk, it's not your chicken, but it's not bad.
I'll eat it. Also, 2 gold, not 2 copper, I believe, for the pseudo dragon.
What? It's 2 copper.
Oh, it's
He's
copper.
not buying a pseudo dragon.
Oh,
wait, 2 gold. You're right. 2 gold. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Why can I
had
not
things turned around in
find
my head.
there's Constitution? Sorry, I couldn't find
How much is our
Constitution.
usual order of noodles?
About 5 silver.
Mm.
Aahana! We're having a day today, aren't we?
Yeah.
So while everyone else... Aelin, you're starting to feel the burn today. I'm gonna say you're gonna have disadvantage on charisma checks as your whole face is red and your tongue is lolling out. You can't feel it. Aside from the fact that it's burning, you don't have any control over your tongue anymore. Aahana, you're doing the whole head back drooling. Your brain is empty. So much pain.
Just. Okay, I'm sorry.
Just like that.
I'm sorry. Stop.
You all finish up your
So-
food.
Yeah, sorry.
You're fine.
Oh, well,
Alright.
do you want me to get one to go and take it over to the guild, or?
No, we don't have the time. We need to get back now, actually.
Okay.
So you guys would like to start traveling back up?
Yep.
Aahana, are you going to be cleansing yourself?
Yeah. It's
Okay.
it's a lesser restoration, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
You can also expend 5 of your pool of healing. It's your things of light.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that since we haven't really been doing anything that needs me to use them.
Sounds good to me.
You said 5, right?
Yep, 5 would be a cleanse.
There we go.
You've done that before. So eventually you guys do get back to the Copperbeard Keep, still dressed up the way you are, and you are ushered inside. Though Wilk, you are ushered forward a bit more while the rest are told to stay back up back at the doors to the entryway.
Oof. Okay.
You are alone now in the audience chamber with the queen. Well, not the queen, the duchess, who's now smiling at you.
I look up at her. I show her my diploma, and I go, "It's not kid of the day, but it's definitely something."
Yeah, I heard your elf friend had quite the time.
I gotta applaud you on something, Duchess. definitely gave us some humility for it. So yes, it was... What I want to say is that I understand how you feel now, and I respectfully apologize. Coming into your home, making you rush out for something like that, and to not even be blunt about what my intentions were, was wrong with me.
I'm glad you learned that, considering your status. You're going to need to be able to handle situations like that more in the future, I'm sure. And it doesn't look good if you're constantly lying about what you're wanting. I mean, what's the worst that's going to happen? They're going to tell you no? If you just come out straight with what you want to say?
Correct.
And then that can still be negotiated. What can't be negotiated is insulting someone to the point where they won't see you anymore.
And I owe Aahana to thank for earning you, or earning us a chance in once again.
Your friend Aahana, interesting person. She definitely saved your ass and hide there. I will say though, you, as someone apparently of... Are you the leader of your little ragtag group?
Voted in, you would say.
Huh, I would have thought it was her.
She did indeed come in later. Saharazar herself sent her our way.
If I can give you a point of advice. When you know you're going to be talking to someone of higher stature or status, it's good to talk to those advisors you keep close at hand. And while you all might be an adventuring party less than an actual family that has advisors, practice and rehearsal of what you want to say and how you could handle the situation, having them act as stand-ins for the person you're talking to so that they can fire off questions back or be in different roles. Because what if I had decided to come at you in a very bad day and I was just not going to listen to anything? How would you have handled it then?
I suppose the best I would have had was to ask if there was a better time to come in and give the patience. Whether I know that's the right answer or not is up in the air.
Utilize your friends. They seem to be a lot more thinking on their feet than you are, and maybe they can help you a bit with that. Anyway, why don't you tell me a little bit more about why you initially came here and lied to my face?
I had hoped to garner good intentions, ironically, despite the less than truthful ones. I wanted to prove myself and my people. We were looking for an inn at the Adventurers Guild in hopes to, well, outright garner those good intentions. The only one that we saw that was seemingly best to be used would be the blacksmith thing. Instead, we should have simply come in. Obviously, it's known that there's a bunch of outsiders, and we didn't think that through, or at least I didn't. And directly asked for what we could have done to earn your commendation.
Indeed, considering what you do know of the Crystal Dwarves, from what I've heard from at least, the temple, is that we don't talk to outsiders, so what little adventuring contracts would have been in that guild definitely wouldn't garner you much here.
A lot of requests for servants, to say the least.
As they say, hindsight's 20/20.
That it is.
So, in an attempt to garner good faith, a word you keep saying over and over for some reason, but don't tell me why, you lied. You see where I'm coming from with this? Intentions or not, it's good to... Look, we're not going to keep harping on this whole subject, and I don't have all day. Why don't you explain more why you're trying to get in?
We seek a commendation because we want to open the gates of the dwarves to the outside world, create peace amongst the elves, as well as unity amongst this continent. The continent and the world itself are at threat. To the east is a fleet of undead, possibly risen and caused by the Unthul directly, but more indirectly is a Lamia named Silas. And I start going into how Silas is tied into the Eldronga and tied into the threats slowly bleeding in, and even corruption of a creator himself, and how that itself is threatening the world. Basically the speech that I've been giving and going into.
If you were to go through the effort of actually stating the speech, I won't make you roll. I'll just have her react as she would react.
I hate speeches. I'm already
Do you want to roll instead?
Well, it's that or I fuck up my words because I don't do talking in real life.
And that's Wilk.
I'll give it a shot then. Above game, that's me grumbling. To the west, the Eldronga themselves were driven in by a force known as Silas. I believe this is why Aahana was tied to our own fates, because she was once supposed to be forced married to this individual and knew a lot. She has joined
No, that's not.
That was a dream. Sweetie.
That was a dream.
You would know that.
Oh,
I'll
sorry.
stop. It's okay.
Sorry.
Would you like to try again from the top? Do you need a minute, honey?
Can I just roll then, I guess?
No, if you need a minute, go take a moment to walk around and I'll figure out what they're doing outside. Go, honey. You need a moment. Alright, hi guys, everyone outside. So, I know you probably are all a little concerned as to what Wilk is doing in there. In fact, once the doors close and you guys are outside in like this little hallway leading up to the whole viewing room, what are you guys talking about? Like, you guys are mostly left alone. You see guards in like the four corners of the room, but they're decent ways away. You hear the soft murmuring inside, but none of you can really pick up what's being said.
Aelin is just straight up doing push-ups.
Oswald is sitting cross-legged directly next to him, talking to him. So, do you actually know Dwarven now?
Just between every push, he's like, "Hey, I learned me letters. I can make words."
What I would like to say, Aelin, is that while you don't know fluent Dwarven, you know like basic common. You probably talk like most people who have learned English talk. Like, you know, they're decent.
Like
There's some like more expensive words that are like more expressive and longer words that are still evade you, or you can kind of like, you know what I mean. You know.
Find it
It's
funny
him.
that-
Hi, my name is Aelin. I like cats.
Yeah.
I love, by the way, you fumbled your words there and said the more expensive words. That sounds like how a non-native English speaker would describe the more difficult words. Is like the expensive words.
Yeah, where so you take them up like, what's the word? The brain lag. It's great as you're trying to translate in your head.
And you just know he's gonna say the wrong words eventually. He's gonna try and ask where the bathhouse is, and he's gonna ask where the fucking cat lives.
We don't have a cat.
Of course you do.
No, we don't have a cat.
What is...
In your
Fenris?
brain. Sorry, Fenris?
Yes.
A wolf looks at giant black wolf man. A wolf.
Hey,
I'm
well,
just going to sit on his back mid push-up.
he's still a
Strength.
pussy.
Strength saving throw, Aelin.
Oh, baby, don't let me down. Ah.
You strain and are no longer able to push up and end up to, like, you don't crash to the ground, you lower yourself gently. Now you are stuck on the ground with him sitting on your back.
He's just gonna keep on trying. He will not admit defeat.
Fenris, you hear intense grunting from beneath you, but no movement.
Well, that's fine.
That's
Aahana,
fine.
what
Everything
are
is
you
fine.
doing?
Aahana is like
Are you
pressed
pacing?
up against the door, trying to make sure like nothing like that sounds like fights or anything breaks out. She's like, I don't know, is this lady like really upset? Are the dwarves like this? Because that one Firebeard lady was really bad.
Next thing, in Ahana's head, Wilk walks up. She's there in a high collared cape, swirling a glass of wine. What is an outsider?
Kind of,
Fucking Dracula moment. But enough words. How about thee?
That or even well, because like the flame blood lady just wanted to murder us. She's just like leaning her ear against the door and is trying to make sure if she hears like anything like weapons or whatnot.
You know the noises that like, have you ever watched Charlie Brown? The noises the adult make in the background that talking. You hear that, but just very subtly in the far distance, like at the end of a tunnel.
She hears that, and then she hears from Aelin as he's trying to get up.
Get off me, you fat bastard!
She's listening very intently.
Sorry, what was that? Enlarge.
Oh no.
Okay, so Aelin, you're gonna take about 3 bludgeoning as he increases inside and is now crushing you. You hear something crack, Fenris, and you might be a little worried.
Yeah. Just gonna stand up.
He's just staying on the floor like...
He looks flatter.
Well...
Oh, there you go.
Aelin,
I was about to healing mist him.
So, Aelin, you visibly feel and hear 2 of your ribs pop back into place when she heals you.
Gotta sit cross-legged just as Oswald was.
He's still there. He is still exactly there.
He's just, you know what? Now he's gonna try and mimic his exact pose, just plotting and scheming.
Fenris, how are you feeling?
above game or like in game? Oh. I mean, feel slightly bad for accidentally cracking 2 of Aelin's ribs.
You're a big boy.
Yep.
And he is a small boy.
I mean,
oh wait, I forgot.
talk shit.
Oh, wait, I also wanted to do this.
Hmm?
Damn it, does that hit Fenris?
Nope.
She just moves away from the door, points at her eyes, points at you, and then puts her ear back against the door.
Grin, thumbs up.
And that's why you don't fuck with Mama.
It's like, I will also hit you, Aelin, if I must. Do not ever call me that again.
Alright, fine. Mother. He's up and is running.
Wow.
Oswald, throw the stone.
Can I attempt to grapple him as a reaction?
By all means, that would be yeah, that would be a.
I'm just imagining.
Athletics?
It's like the
Yeah, sure, athletics.
It's like the keep
Okay,
of the Keep of
22.
Dune all over again, where like
Aelin.
the guards are.
Yes.
Dexterity saving throw.
Come on, baby, don't let me down this time.
He nimbly manages to like cartwheel out of your grasp. Barely.
Huh.
Sure.
Do I have any
They
sort of
can't
bonus
touch
for
me.
having 60-foot movement speed?
No, but you have athletics. Just because you're fast doesn't mean you can be as nimble as the Aelin.
You're
Yeah,
clumsy,
but
you're
I've
just
got
clumsy.
6-foot moving speed and Kelpsy Goop. I just have to touch him.
Well, yeah, you have to touch him though.
You can't catch me. I'm the gingerbread man.
It's a next nat 20. So now you're about Aelin size. Aelin, how much are you running? Let's do an athletics check.
Athletics.
Oh.
So, Oswald, you zip up, you put a hand on his shoulder, and are now being dragged as this man is still running, despite the fact that you're like, no, stop! You're digging your little talons into the ground. But he's
Well,
still
I'm using-
running.
Okay, then I'm going to activate Boggle Oil and stick to the floor.
Oh no.
Isn't there a saving throw for that?
No,
I
it's just
feel
that
like
I get to stick to the floor, so I think it's me
I feel
doing
like
a strength check.
Aelin's.
Alright,
I feel like
competing
Aelin's
strength
shirt
checks.
needs to make a saving throw, or
We'll
just be
see.
fucking ripped.
Competing strength checks.
Oh.
I am strong, boy.
Just strong
we both
enough.
fucking fall over.
Yeah, you both are on the floor.
This is the fucking Three Stooges, and Aahana's
really
just
is.
trying to pay attention to make sure Wilk is okay, and she's just having to listen to all of this.
He'll be
Yep.
fine.
Fucking days of confusion as they roll on the floor like, why can I see the roof? The hell is this?
Because I'm stuck to you and stuck to the floor.
Ah, that hardly makes sense. Thank you. Would you mind letting me go so I can get away from Aahana?
No,
If you
grabs
all
ankle.
shut up,
Let's
I
go.
won't do anything.
shoulder. So now I have him by the ankle with one hand, and I'm trying to continue my sketch with my other hand.
You know what? There is no resistance from him. He is resigned to his fate.
Just as an update, since I don't know if Fenris, you've ever seen how small he is compared to you, and then you grew in size.
Yup.
Yeah, he's small boy.
Alright.
I do realize, though, I find it funny that the only people left in the group that know how terrifying it is to get stuck to Oswald in this way are Wilk and Fenris, because Aahana and Aelin don't know it's from a Kelpsie, and Aelin doesn't know what the fuck a Kelpsie is.
Right.
So he does not know that at any moment I could just...
know.
I mean, above game, he knows that's what killed him last time.
Oh, yeah. Poor elven boy has no idea.
For some odd reason, I have these weird flashbacks whenever someone says Kelpsie.
Why am I like 2 foot off the ground? Am I a gnome?
Wait, now I'm 5 feet off the ground. Is that your ear? Ah!
Why is it getting hot? Oh, now I want barbecue.
I'm just imagining this is like the seat of Dune with the guards that we apparently thought were statues, and they're all just standing there around stationed in the wherever we are, and they're just watching this all unfold, going, "They're fucking morons." Ah.
This is why we don't let in outsiders.
From this scene, one of those guards goes on and goes to write the dwarven version of the Three Stooges.
Right.
I expect royalties.
It's my new comedy film, The Three Knife Ears.
Wow.
Just Aelin, exact representation of Aelin. A bird with pointy ears and a dog with pointy ears.
Jesus.
I think the funnier part is the bird with the pointy ears.
Yes, it just has leather elf ears strapped to either side of its head.
It's a dwarf with like a really poorly cheap made fucking feather mask, and then they've glued the elf ears onto the side of
I was just thinking
feather mask.
I was just thinking actual vulture leather elf ears duct tape.
You think the dwarves would pay an actual vulture to be in a movie?
They wouldn't pay him. Think they'd pay the elf?
Wow.
No, it's dwarves, and kind of like in blackface, elf face, and
Now
dog.
we're arguing which is worse, indentured servitude or blackface.
Okay, we probably do need to drop the conversation. Though.
Jesus Christ.
Which kind of racist are the dwarves?
Yes.
Just yes.
By the way, all of you, you see there's also so I know you probably didn't notice until now, Aahana. Susie's on top of your head. She also didn't want to go in with Wilk because she was like, this is like one of those times where he's got to learn to do things on his own. And she also looks nervous. She's starting to vibrate.
Aahana just
Wine.
still ear pressed against the door, raises hand and pats Susie gently on top of her head.
So, like, if he gets arrested, we're all gonna just storm the keep, right?
Basically, we might try to ask if there's any way we can get him unarrested, and then if we can't, we send in Oswald to grab him.
No, wait. We just gotta be positive, right? We gotta be he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He can do this, right? Right?
Can I call on my newfound knowledge of dwarven politics and figure out what's going on here so I can try and say something to them to make them stop panicking?
History disadvantage, because this is something that they don't really cover much in dwarven politics, because dwarven politics are usually between dwarves. And while this is a dwarf, technically, he's new. So, Oswald, in your history and reckoning, when things go wrong in dwarven politics, heads roll. So no, it doesn't help internally what you've remembered.
They're not trying to kill him. he's strong enough that these guards probably would have rushed in by now if that was the case. Entirely wrong thing to say, I know. On purpose.
Aahana just kind of looks back. She's like, I know a sleep spell. Do you think other people who can use magic don't know those kinds of things? And then just puts her ear back to the door.
And with all of you starting to get super nervous, let's gently return to Wilk and what he thinks he wishes to do.
The question was, why did we come here, right?
Why are you trying to get the favor of the crystal-born dwarves?
Same reason we're here with the dwarves anyway. To save the world, Grand Duchess. From what we have seen, the world is being thrown completely out of balance, and won't survive without the dwarves' gates being opened.
What proof do you have of this?
Being chosen by the creators and their children, we have learned a plot that we're hoping to foil sooner rather than later by a Lamia named Silas. A former chosen child of the Unthul and the chosen child of the Unthul have both confirmed their father's corruption, and we have linked this to Silas through both them and an issue to the west at Rex's city with the Eldronga, creatures that exist between worlds. A creator being corrupt is one thing, but a name keeps popping up: Silas. This Lamia seeks to bring back the heyday of his people.
When you say the word Lamia, you see her like sigh and heavily roll her eyes, but she lets you continue.
These Eldronga almost ravaged that land and likely would have pushed east to the capital itself. Further east, under the Unthul's control, is a legion of undead, ships beyond fleets. And to the south alone, Silas seems to have taken a persona as a noble in the human city. He has his fingers in every pot, Grand Duchess, and in that human city, he is slowly working towards the death and corruption of Aelin, the Great Tree.
What gives you any information? What makes you think that's happening?
We have an inn with a noble house, the New Alden family. The New Alden family has graciously assisted us in our mission there in Emelroth, and we have proof and reason to believe Aelin child is in the tower, both by the elves and by the New Alden family themselves. On top of it, we have visions. My comrade Oswald has actually seen his noble form matching a description of a noble in Emelroth through a portal where he decimated a village using Goliaths in the mountains of a former comrade of mine.
We had heard word the Goliaths were moving around in a unique way as per lately. Normally they're more scattered and clanned up, but they all seem to be united as one in some sort of thing. We've reinforced the mountaintop openings in hopes that they're not attempting to invade, but you said that they went for a kobold city?
Indeed. He was after a powerful magical artifact. We don't know exactly which kind, but it left the land barren as if of folly. And this is not the first time we have witnessed it. We witnessed it in the northern woods, in Rivers Deep.
This is all a very fancy and pretty tale you're telling me, and I get that you have elemental spirits. But that does not prove anything to me, unfortunately. They can state that they are the chosen child of blah 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 all they wish. You have wings, and I see the feather. Why don't you ask her to show me proof? If what you say is true, I'm sure she'd be more than willing to, at least in a way, appear or some form. Let me know that what you say is actually the truth.
Very well. Would you like her personally, or would you like me simply to invoke her power?
Well, I mean, she's a little too big to be here, but I figured something might happen. I don't know. I'm not whatever you are.
I nod and I use a charge of light to imbue my weapon and a divine detection to make me all glowy.
So you're gonna perform, you're not gonna actually try to channel her?
Isn't divine detection considered channeling? If not, then I will just outright try to channel her as a Valkyrie. I will ask her directly.
You don't have access to, like, summoning her to, like, intervene yet, but you can try.
Oh yeah, that shit's like level 10.
Would you like to... What are you doing to try to ask for Sahara's help?
I look up, I cling to my feather, having pulled it out. And I ask her directly in prayer to give a...
standing there?
Yeah, I'm standing there, asking for prayer to help show a sign of her power through me.
You don't hear anything because what you're asking... Okay. She does not hear you. The Duchess looks a little concerned and confused at first. What are you doing?
What you asked me to? I've used abilities to try to do that, but that doesn't work, and invoking through prayer doesn't work. It used to work just to get me to
what you just did there didn't look like a prayer to me. Have you ever prayed before, child?
No.
She like slouches back, lifts a hand, and like pinches
I
the bridge
thought
of her
that was
nose.
above. Well, I've never.
I see. Instead of just sending you to elementary school, I need to send you to Bible school as well. Okay.
The Duchess stands. And for the first time, you see around her is floating a thin layer of some sort of sparkling sand. Almost like it's diamond dust. She steps down from her throne and approaches you. As an avatar of Grak, I guess I should help you learn more about this, since you'd think Sahara would be a little more apt in teaching her acolytes how to do things more properly.
In her defense, she did just throw me off into the wind to teach me how to fly.
We're gonna keep this in game and in character. If you keep breaking character, I might have a little bit of an issue here.
Well, I didn't know you asking me to pray was in character.
What?
I didn't know you asking if I've prayed before was in character.
You didn't know that?
No.
That was in character.
I'm rolling with
What
it.
would that have changed?
Exactly, that's why I'm rolling with it. I don't know what it would have changed.
First off, kneel. She takes a knee herself.
Okay. I'd follow suit.
You see her lift from within her the folds of her dress a diamond stone that she then holds, and she gestures to your feather.
I do so.
Bow your head. She bows her head. Close your eyes. And now reach out mentally, spiritually. You remember being there, meeting her. Imagine that again. And when you got her picture in your mind, start talking to her. Ask her what you need from her. Ask for insight, advice, guidance. This is how you reach out to the person you're bound to.
I will kneel down.
She's going to help you. No, go ahead. What were you saying?
Kneel down, like she said, cling to the feather, like she said. And I will start reaching out. Similar to how Susie teleported me, that's what's going on in his head. Being there in the winds, and directly asking for her help.
Are you picturing her in your mind? Because at first you're getting that whole sensation of teleporting, but you don't see her yet.
Giant fluffy girl, yes.
The warmth of the sun, the feel of the wind through your fur. Roll a religion. You have advantage. She is trying to help.
not trained in religion. Oh well.
You have her attention at least. You feel the sensation of her curiosity. Why are you reaching out?
I'd say what the dwarven lady said, and that she seeks proof of my being here.
Tell her. Talk to Scheherazade. As Wilk.
Scheherazade, I call to you now, in a time of need, to prove to the Copperbeard dwarves, their Grand Duchess, that you are with me and with my cause, and restoring balance to this world.
You sense a faint chuckle as if you don't need to be so formal with me. And two, I mean, you have the wings, isn't that proof enough? What more proof are you needing and for what?
She didn't say.
Yes, she did. Above game, she asked you to prove that Scheherazade was through Scheherazade that what you speak, the words you speak are true.
I'll just repeat that then, because I don't know what that means myself, but I will just continue that. I'll look to Scheherazade, and I state simply, proof that my words are true. I have laid out all that I have seen, and the best that I could. She has noted that I have wings, and she has noted, but not fully believed, that the elemental children that I have are indeed the children of the creators.
That's not what she needed proof for, but okay. She's gonna ask to take over for a moment.
I allow it.
So, you're not gonna be aware for what's gonna happen next, and when you do come to, you see the Duchess is back on the seat of the throne, and you feel exhausted. You have 2 points of exhaustion, all your spell slots are spent, all of your resources are gone. You're also really warm, and everything was really bright, and now your eyes are slowly adjusting once again. Like, you're starting to sweat heavily.
Noted. I'm still marking everything down, sorry.
You see her rubbing her forehead as your eyes readjust to the brightness of the room. Those of you outside the room, a bright light filtered through the cracks in the door, and everything got really warm for a bit. The guards, if you attempted to open the doors, would have intercepted.
Oh, look at that. Wilk's been obliterated. Kinda should have seen
No,
that one
that's
coming.
Scheherazade. Shut up, Aelin.
Aelin shuts up.
Back into the room, she's massaging her forehead and she sighs. So, what you said was true, however. It's not like we can just stop a war that easily. The elves have been just as aggressive in their pursuit of our attempts to gain resources, and it's not like we can intend to continue without wood. There's no other fuel resources we have access to that burns as cleanly as that.
Grand Duchess, I have made it to the Deep Dwarves, and they have agreed to reopen trade, and they have a source of wood in the Underdark that they are willing to bring.
They do?
Yes.
Is that why I've heard word that there's a fucking deep dwarf running around?
That would... and I didn't know...
Outside of you?
Yeah, yes. That's Day. She is acting as, well, both head of house and acting patriarch on top of it. Because her father has to, well, roll the roost because her mother is mute.
She takes in a deep breath. Look, I'm all for opening the gates. I personally like making the trade and, the goods that us crystal, of the crystal persuasion, let it saturate the world, bring the goodness of our abilities to the rest of the world so that they know the superiority of dwarven materials. I'm all for that. And if you've gotten the Firebeard to also agree, then I don't see how you're not going to be able to convince the king. That said, he is very stubborn. And you might want to. I definitely suggest bringing that cousin of yours to help explain and prove and show that it's actually a thing. I will write down on this mark that I will grant you that what the words you say are true. I am also the head of the temple here in the Crystal District. So if I state that you are touched and on a mission of the gods, of the creators, they'll listen. Especially considering I don't think you're able to channel like that again anytime soon.
Well, considering I feel exhausted, I probably shouldn't try that again anytime soon, yes. So, I
In the
thank you.
future, a word of advice. She was very confused as to what you were asking of her. All I wanted was her to state that what you were doing was actually something that she wanted you to be doing. You didn't need to have her explain everything all over again herself.
I will note down your advice then, yes.
It seems like you might be overthinking things when you should be a lot more simple in what's going on. You seem very nervous. Why don't you go get some rest? And she just she holds out a scroll. Unlike the others, which was just like a little stamp or a mark, this is a scroll.
I will take it.
She waves her hand and the doors open behind you, and immediately Aahana almost falls inward.
Hello. How was Hira?
Thumbs up, drenched in sweat. I'm gonna go hang out at the Adventurers Guild and recoup. If anyone has anything else they'd like to do, can I leave you in charge to take care of them for me? Or we can all just go with me.
I will keep an eye on them. I'm sure there's something else they want to try and do. If not, I'll make sure they get home.
Alright. Looking at the absolute chaos unfolding outside.
She pats on his head.
I can't think of a single thing that we need to do.
Shush.
Right.
He needs his alone time.
I will be heading in that direction then.
You're gonna start walking away?
Yep.
Okay. Susie is now on your head. It's like fanning your face a little bit. And the rest of you, as you're escorted outside of Copperbeard Keep, what do you want to do?
You guys want to see a movie?
Sure.
Sure.
We need to
That's a
give
movie.
Wilk a little bit of alone time so he can recoup.
Oh, you're gonna like this.
You
You
guys
know,
head
every
over.
time one of you say that, I end up getting hurt.
Don't
to
you
the
just end up
sapphire
getting
market.
hurt all the time?
Hey, sometimes.
Shall I list off what the movie posters are?
Yes.
There's, of course, that, dragon turtle versus what appears to be... What was it last time? I forgot.
I think it was versus Ellen Thero.
Uh,
It was either that or it was versus totally not Godzilla.
yeah, and then there's also... Well, go shoot. The fucking dragon turtle is supposed to be Godzilla. And then there was what looks to be a sort of slasher movie of a masked... an elf in a mask with a dagger chasing dwarves on a beach.
Aelin immediately slams his hand against that poster. Come on, let's go see this one.
The other posters are akin to a romance forbidden love between a firebeard and a fucking an ice dwarf. It's like very Romeo and Juliet style-esque. There's a very trashy, like, comedy about How I Met Your Mother-esque about what looks to be a very interesting stone-hearted dwarf family.
These are each like 2 hours long. Yeah, right. They're all like movie
Yep.
length normally. I'm gonna look at Fenris. I'm gonna say elf slasher, caldera, romance, trash. That order sound good?
Oh, you're gonna watch them all? Okay, I thought you guys
Yes.
were gonna do the ones that you said already.
Alrighty then.
So they're gonna stay there for 8 hours?
He needs
Yep.
his alone time, and this is good shit. So how much was the whole deluxe snack thing again? I'm just gonna drop a copper.
Yeah, it was about what the deluxe trash of food was. So you all are going into the Godzilla movie first. You settle
Mhm.
into your big recliner, like fluffy chair, and then you have Oswald with all of the snacks, and you guys are gonna watch movies for a while.
Yeah, I've just bought. I've marked down a suitable amount of copper, I believe, to just buy as much snacks as we can all carry for each movie and leave generous tips for the people. So I've marked
All right,
like 6 copper out of my
that'll
wallet.
get you peak. You could buy out the entire theater if you wanted to, in case Aelin might throw a fit.
I'll buy at least a couple rows.
Okay.
I want to leave
Aelin
some
just
for
has
the.
to take up on the
Aahana,
fucking
who
seat
needs
ahead of him.
multiple seats.
Yes, I buy a row for Aahana. I buy the row ahead of us and the row behind us. And then I leave some copper for them to split amongst themselves as a tip.
Aelin, I know all you care about is the slasher, so I will tell you that at the end, the slasher dies.
This is the most you've ever seen him cry.
To the teenage dwarves. They've killed him.
Hammers.
Did they
I
do me
don't
boy
know.
like that?
They do this all the time in horror movies. They're dead until the sequel needs to be made.
Oh, but it was all so beautiful. Did you not see him with his dagger? He was like, hacha! Hachi! And then some
We
wee
go into
little fuckers.
When we go in to see the Caldera movie, I'm demanding that we see an ad that it's gonna make Aelin cheer. It's gonna be Dagger Ears 2, The Return of the Legend, or something like that.
Yeah.
The re-daggering.
Dagger Ear 2, dual wielding.
Yes.
Would
Easily.
pay good money to see that.
We'll see it when it comes out, I guess.
Vibrating with excitement.
So what are Aahana and Aelin's reactions to essentially Godzilla beats the fuck out of a bunch of monsters for 2.5 hours?
He's sitting on the edge of his seat with a smile like a kid at Christmas.
Sorry, I've got them talking a lot. There's a bunch of people over there at the house now.
Oh, you're fine.
I feel like Aahana would enjoy it.
Occasional excited mewling from the turtle we were sure to bring along again.
Yep.
The romance is very Romeo and Juliet. They end up dying at the end.
Oswald is
Tragic.
completely fucking befuddled throughout the entire movie.
Ahana's just crying at the end.
In the end, their families couldn't reconcile. They couldn't be together. It was bad.
She's
is
crying, going,
entirely
"That's so
stone-faced."
sad." But also, why the fuck were they so stupid?
Right.
Like during the
Fenris
movie,
is
she's
on
sitting there
that
going,
scale of just, wow, what a stupid way of dealing with the problem.
like,
And Oswald just
during
is asking questions through the whole fucking movie to Fenris, like, why are they doing this?
Fenris is giving intentionally wrong answers.
They should have poisoned their families instead of themselves.
That I can almost agree with. Their families were kind of cunts.
Right? I mean, come on. That was the most unrealistic shite I've ever watched.
At least it's getting you good practice for your dwarven.
And then you remember the the brother of your future wife, who was literally deemed dead and locked up for loving a lesser clan, or like a member of a lesser house of specifically still Firebeards.
Yeah, maybe it's
Hey.
kind of realistic.
Maybe we should get them to make a movie about him. It could be like, the dwarf in the iron cell or something like that.
Ooh, that's a good one.
I think
And-
we could make that happen.
And then you end with the laughs of a very
Grown Dwarves 3.
so like fuck.
The fucking paid noise.
I don't know why this is the only way I remember it. You know the whole My Big Fat Greek Wedding?
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
It's very that.
I never
Adam
saw the movie.
Sandler movie.
Yeah. But it's based around a a stone blood dwarf family. And like their daughter who just wants to have a normal life but ends up having to get trapped in all that shit. It's funny enough, though. Maybe most of the humor is above your guys' heads, considering you're not dwarves.
So I
Maybe they're
do
laughing
have,
at that rock.
I think it kind of Oswald's like holding his head upside down, like it kind of looks like the seat of Dune. Maybe that's it.
I don't get it.
Oh, that's why I thought it was funny when he sat on it, because he's sitting on the seat of Dune. Okay.
I still don't get it.
Dodging, like, bottles being thrown by the few dwarves that were in the theater.
We just sat speaking throughout the entire movie.
Yep.
You guys eventually leave the movies and are standing outside talking about all the time you've spent with them. You were full on junk food. It's getting later. It's probably 8 p.m.
I did want to ask if there was any point where Aahana would have, like, forcibly stopped Oswald from consuming more sugar, or was she too distracted with movie?
She wouldn't have cared.
Okay, Oswald is hyper as dicks again.
You as adult, yes. So what do you guys want to do now?
I asked Aahana because Ahana's the only responsible one of us four.
Yeah.
She's responsible in, like, not letting you get arrested or killed. Not you have a bad diet.
Oswald is fucking vibrating and running everywhere, including on the ceiling.
Well, I mean, right now there's not really a ceiling, but okay.
Okay.
So what would you guys like to do?
Hey, Oswald.
Yeah.
You should go into that slasher movie and just like climb up the wall and just screech at someone.
No.
It would be funny.
I don't really think...
She just reaches over, grabs the back of Fenris's neck, pulls him to her, and goes, I'm already in charge of one motherfucker who has a court hearing. I'm not being in charge of a second one.
I don't think that would work either until I get the ability to shapeshift into an elf.
In fairness, as far as we know, he's not a motherfucker yet.
No, I definitely am. But also,
Shrug.
why would you get him to go in there and not me, the feckin'
Does
elf?
25 hit Fenris?
That one actually does, yeah.
Take 10 bludgeoning and you're wrapped in a tail.
I think he was specifically talking about how I can climb on walls, and people
Yep.
find it creepy. I don't know why it's creepy. It's just convenient.
But you see, I'm sneaky as hell. I could just climb in there and hide behind the seats. And then as soon as everyone's in there, I pop out and I start slashing.
I think it'd be hilarious if he
With an
did that
actual
and
blade, Aelin?
Yeah.
By the way, some of the dwarves passing by are now side-eyeing Aelin rather intensely.
It's all fun and games just to scare the piss out of someone. Actually killing someone, that's...
He's
Just
just
Fenris is
gonna turn
still
and look at
wrapped
all
in
the
a tail.
I would
Switch to
fucking
dwarven
love
yeah,
it.
as best he can.
he's just gonna fucking get bigger in size and...
She has far too much tail for that to matter.
It actually does. He gets to a size class bigger, which means your grapple 1, you'd have to unfortunately let go, because it would either that or break your tail. And 2, you'd have to then attempt to retry to grapple, but you'd have disadvantage because he's a size class larger, unfortunately.
He's like almost as tall as your tail is long right now.
Yeah.
He's-
He's very big.
Whatever. Then she lets him go.
Oop, back to normal size.
Thing I could see happening definitely is Aelin just going in there, jumping out with like a fake foam sword. We force him to bring him there, and he's like, ah! And they're all like, your costume sucks. Walk past him.
20 emotional damage.
You just hear, ah, ah, ah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
So should we go back to the guild?
I
Probably.
suppose we should.
Start
Okay.
slowly walking.
What?
Were you guys wanting to do anything else on the way back, or shall we quick travel?
I don't think there's much to do, and also isn't it like kind of late in the night now?
Yeah, it's like 8 p.m. going on 9.
Yeah. Quick travel.
Yeah, let's go travel.
Yee.
You guys walk up to the Adventurers Guild, which seems to be switching shifts into the night shifts. People, the stable. You see the stable girl from the beginning, like leaving and waving to the stable boy for the night shift. You see Kitiara walking in fox form, and behind the desk looks to be some other dwarf. Looks to be of the crystal variety. She's like slowly starting to like head back towards the stairs and walk up, acting as a regular adventurer. What do you guys want to do?
Aahana's probably just gonna wrap up with her egg and probably take care of her armor for the night.
Ah, so you're going upstairs?
Yep.
I'm gonna go to bed.
You're going to bed, Fenris?
Probably also go to bed.
Would you like to teach Rhea?
Yes.
What word are you trying to teach her tonight?
That's a great question. Run.
Okay.
So, shit. Who was rolling what? Was it Fenris's intelligence versus Rhea's wisdom or some shit?
It's your intelligence, her wisdom.
Okay.
You're teaching, she's learning. Yeah. She grasps it.
Cool.
Barely, but she grasps it. And tonight she's actually going to ask, like, in the coming weeks, or at least maybe a couple days. Her mom's in a better mood if you would like to meet her.
I mean, I'm ready whenever you are.
You see her get nervous again, especially after what happened last time. Tomorrow?
Pat on her little stone head. It'll be fine.
Tomorrow.
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 You see that You see Wilk under his bed, still curled up. He looks to be sleeping soundly. You see a Susie clinging to the underside of the bunk bed, staring at you.
Point at him, questioning, thumbs up.
You see her like lift a paw and do the like side to side like waver like eh.
Should I help at all?
You see her do the X-nay, and then you like point up at him, and then like she makes like the little like she curls up on the underside of the bunk, and then like curls up like she's going to sleep, and then looks at you like, "Do you get it? He's tired."
Thumbs up.
Definitely get the thing that you should probably talk to him later.
Yeah.
Cool.
Then gonna call it a night then.
All right. You all.
I am gonna do one thing that I realize it's stupid. I haven't been doing this. I'm gonna fucking roll for an infusion from Lufa.
Okay.
Because I spent enough fucking time around her. Damn. Okay, we'll do that at the end of the session. I don't want to do it right now.
Okay. You all spend a restful night. Some of you sleeping longer than others. As the next morning arises and you all sort of slowly wake up, semi-naturally, feeling well rested, one of you, namely Wilk, feels like he's got crusty fur because he went to bed with damp, sweaty fur, and his feathers and everything. You're a little achy, but you're well rested.
That's still 1 point of exhaustion, so yeah.
No, after another 8 hours, you would have 0.
Oh wow, we slept for yeah, I've been here a while then. Yeah.
No, you slept for 8 hours and then for another 8 hours.
Yeah. Technically slept over 16 hours because we still had to walk all the way back, but
yeah.
There is no way.
That just
in the world,
means you're
there's only the dream.
definitely not exhausted. Just smell bad.
As soon as you start to like sit up and groan, you have Susie in your face, hugging your snout. She looks worried.
Pick up off face, put on head. I'm gonna go take a shower.
The rest of you?
You're like...
Alright. Yeah, Fenris is gonna go take a bath.
Yeah, it's probably bath time. At least for
Have
Aahana.
so
She didn't
much-
get to go bathe beforehand. She's
so
been at
much
the school
sugar
for.
and butter in my feathers.
Are you going to go bathe as well, Oswald?
Yes.
Okay. You all trudge off to spend another, silver on a nice bath in the public bathhouse.
Group funds. Yeah.
I'm paying for mine, but alright.
I don't have silver.
I mean, I can cover it with group funds.
Okay,
Aelin
I'll
is happy
still
for other
pay.
people to pay.
Actually, it depends, because the party funds only has bronze at this point.
They can cut as much as they'll try. They'll do their best.
Can they cut 5?
5 bronze?
Yeah, okay.
Wait, hang on. I think you went to the bank and got your money.
I cut my own personal funds.
Oh.
We
Yeah.
can just say you did it with the other ones, because the equivalent is you went to a Bed Bath & Beyond, put down $10,000 and said, can I get that in 20s?
The panic.
Ahana's
looks on
gonna
their
go to the
faces.
really fancy place again, and she's just gonna give them a full-on copper. So
All right. They take care of you. You get everything done to the they even do your nails.
I'm going to ask.
Yep.
That while she's in the bath, she's going to communicate with Zach and see if he wants to finally have an actual form in the real world. And that's how she's gonna say it, even if it's the wrong way to put it. Because she has the ring of the familiar.
I thought you already used it and he was out and about.
No, we didn't have that conversation. She just got it attuned, and then she's never talked about it. She's been waiting for Zach to talk to her.
Okay. Now he's been pretty distracted. You get the feeling that he's not entirely safe in his area of where he is. So he's been very distracted and only comes whenever you seem to summon him.
Okay, sorry. I have done the conversions. So I
All right.
converted 6 bronze into 600 copper, and then converted 10 of those into 100 silver.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely would have had to do that at a bank.
Yep.
So you'll be paying for everyone but Aahana, it looks like. You guys are all going to be sharing a bathhouse, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
All right.
You?
So you guys...
All right. How
You get
much is
shepherd-
that? Just so I can.
It'd be a silver per person.
So
So 4 silver for y'all.
minus Aahana, that's 4 silver. Yeah. So.
You guys...
5.
Six.
He would have brought Lila.
Lufa's coming to take a bath. Oh,
Okay.
no, she's
yeah.
at work. Never mind.
No, yeah, she's at work.
He definitely
Okay.
brought Lila along though.
Okay.
She paid for her own dang bath.
I in my head, I'm just imagining Lufa, because she doesn't sleep, gets up, goes to the bathhouse, washes off, and then just goes to work every day because she just pays for her own bath.
She's been doing good with money. Anyway, you guys walk into the back room where you can basically declothe, put your clothes in a locker. They're gonna wash them for you, and you guys go into the bathhouse and start washing off. There's little stools under showers. There's a big soaking tank, pool-esque area that's warm that you can just soak in. Immediate is that Susie is sitting on a stool under a stream of water, and Rhea is at the bottom of the base of the bathing pool, walking around. She finds it fascinating. Lila's swimming as well. The rest of you?
Lynn's just chillaxing. Just sitting in the
Soaking
pool,
in
just
water.
My feathers hurt.
Ahana's gonna let Zach swim around for a while until, she feels like it's been long enough.
We'll get to that, don't worry.
Yeah.
Yours is going to be separate if you're going to be summoning him.
Yeah.
Susie, has he been taking care of his feathers?
You see her shake off, and when he says that, she's actually fluttering on over to help him preen. With my help, he is.
Good job.
I try. Just feel sore.
Maybe you should, get a massage too.
You all hear somehow and possibly, no, you're not.
You should also probably get him his own custom preening stick or whatever, because the one I gave him is sized for me, and He's got wings and I don't.
Well, Susie and Luson usually help with that. Luson's just been kind of in the background. He's currently wondering what the fuck that was.
I mean, that wasn't you.
Yeah, exactly. I blacked out for like a good 10 minutes at least. Even then, I don't feel good. Does that make sense?
I guess.
I mean, I wasn't there, but I felt my mom being there, so that was a little concerning.
The only one who might have answers isn't there.
I mean, the daughter's there.
Yeah.
I'm gonna think that you probably embodied her spirit for a short time. I'm glad you didn't explode.
Yeah, me too.
Why did you invoke her?
I don't know if I want to talk about it because I just feel like I ended up fucking everything up and just getting my hand held through it all. Long story short, I
wanna
learned
talk
how to
about that?
pray.
Oh. You didn't know how?
Like, we revere Wolf, but we don't, like...
Yeah. Religion
Revering
and prayer isn't exactly in our wheelhouse.
Revering isn't praying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Wolf isn't, like,
Creative status.
yeah. So, like, are you able to reach out and, like, just talk to Wolf on a whim?
No.
See, as someone that's bound to Sahara, you can do that, and that's what praying is about. You get it?
I thought that was only through you, though, was the thing.
No! I just helped you because you asked me to.
Well, I don't think I'll survive doing that stunt again anytime soon, so...
I mean, not this soon, at least. I mean, future on, I've heard that her Valkyries are able to do more than just that. Like, actually conjure, like, avatars of her and shit. It's fucking great. You just gotta get to that power. But that also requires that you stay pretty devout and know how to channel, you know. She just sort of waves at you.
I'll ask Aahana later. I don't like politics.
I mean, I don't think anyone's supposed to.
Looks at Luson. What? Luson's eyes dilate. Continues to
Luson's
shower.
got the zoomies.
And Fenris's head is just... Is it really him, though? Perhaps it's just one of those skinwalkers again.
I don't know, man. I don't.
The skinwalker
Better
of
be
the
safe than
Goldies.
sorry. Better be safe than sorry.
He will be my prey tonight.
Am I hearing any of his distress plant noises that he's just naturally giving off?
No, because he's doing his telepathic thing. He's not talking plant. He's doing his
Damn.
telepathy.
He's just talking Fenris's head, and Fenris is just egging on the paranoia.
My fur also hurts.
Well,
How
you
does
know what?
your... How?
The roots of his fur hurt.
You have Susie pulling your tail on your tail, trying to get you into the bath.
But I am bathing.
No, you're under the shower. Get in the bath.
Fine. I don't like moving, though.
That's okay, buddy. I can help with that.
No,
Just
no, we're
double
not
taps his
going to.
elbow.
As you sink into the waters, you see Susie flit off through the door.
Why'd I feel it in my other elbow, too?
I want you to detract 5 silver from your inventory, honey.
I wonder how much silver I actually have on me broken. Enough for that, at least. Done.
All right. As you guys are all soaking, you can talk or do whatever you want to do. Is there anything you guys want to talk about, all of you? It's not often that all 4 of the boys are just sitting around.
He's just happy that he's bathing.
Fenris is just going to wait until Aelin is like looking just nice and comfortable, and just splash the ever-loving shit out of him.
What temperature of water?
Like lukewarm, I assume.
Oh, Aelin, you're splashed with water that feels colder than it should. It's jarring.
He has started a war. Aelin is just gonna start flinging his hands at the water, just continuously splashing this fucker.
Couldn't do it right back.
Oswald?
Oswald's just chilling in the water. If he's anywhere near Wilk, or if Wilk has a free moment, I guess he will just go over like, "Hey, Wilk,
What?
have you ever heard of a movie?"
Isn't that one of those rare bovine creatures the humans brought over, but with a sick cursed disease on it?
No, that's cow. I'm talking about movie, like a play, but no one's there.
What?
It's like
That's
they
just an
project
empty stage.
they project an illusion onto a wall, and then you see it.
That's just magic, Oswald.
Yes, but it's really cool. We went and saw a bunch of them while you were, comatose yesterday.
Huh. On your way back, you didn't happen to see Dave's beetle in the stables, did you? I didn't look on the way back.
You would like to try to remember if it was there, Wisdom.
I do not remember if it was there. I am just saying
I didn't say if it was or not. That's why.
Yeah. No, like, what I meant is Oswald will not remember. He was too fucking high on sugar.
That's understandable.
He was vibrating. He might have seen it, but it would just look like a blur because his eyeballs were shaking in his head. I was a little too tired to see it. But if you need some time to relax before we go and do the next thing, we should go and see some of them. They're cool.
Maybe. I figured we'd talk to Day and get an idea of what the hell we're going into. Why is something touching my foot?
Looks down, sees Rhea.
Yep, you see Rhea poking at your claws.
Looks through the wavery water. I met one of your mom's high priests yesterday.
She blinks up at you.
Yeah. Turns out the crystal dwarf, Duchess Copperbeard, is a grand priest of Grak.
Head tilts to the side. I'm guessing you're speaking in common.
No, I know she speaks primordial only.
Ah. What's a high priest?
You know, that's kind of the thing. It's like a priest, but bigger. They're the priest that's in control of the other priests.
So like priests, like the magic users?
And like more favor from their creator or whatever.
What?
At least that's the way I only ever stood it.
She looks confused.
Oswald looks equally as confused.
Look to Oswald.
What are you talking about?
The Grand Duchess was apparently in charge of that temple and everything. Mentioned a lot of that stuff. She was the one that was showing me how to pray. And it's almost baffling how little Grak pays attention to anything going on here.
I mean, you have no idea whether or not she's paying attention to anything. You don't know how Grak works. Oh, wait, are you trying to say that she's like how you're a Valkyrie, that she's that for Grak?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, I wonder what those are called. Bends down, scoops Rhea up from the bottom so she can...
Burbles.
Hey Rhea, what's it called when there's like chosen people for your mom, like how Wilk here is a...
Opens her
is
mouth,
Valkyrie.
water pours out.
She's like... Sorry, Avatar.
Avatar.
That's what she said it was. An avatar.
It's what I want to turn Fenris into. And she turns and points at Fenris, who's currently trying to drown Aelin.
He has gone like full big mode and is just like picking Aelin up and just fucking tossing
I'm just
him.
imagining we pan over embiggened Fenris RKOing Aelin into the fucking water.
While Aelin is just trying to bite his fucking ears off.
Laughing intensifies.
Damn, I thought I had a spell for this.
Ah, so that's interesting. That she's an avatar of Grak.
Yeah, she had a lot of silver dust around her.
It was
Sand?
diamond dust.
Maybe.
And then you see Rhea like punch a fist into her other hand. She was a sandstorm avatar.
You know, that reminds me. I've spent so long with like you and Aahana that I haven't asked what kind of Valkyrie are you? What abilities does she give you?
I'm barely considered an acolyte. I earned my wings, sure, but from what I've gathered, Aahana is one of steel. I don't know everything about that, but you'd have to ask her. I'm a flame.
At this point, Susie is back and is now perched on your head. The water is helping relax you. The pain is soothing.
Apparently the thing with flame is that we're supposed to inspire our allies and be the war leaders.
Oh, so she doesn't give all Valkyries the same powers?
No. They all have their path, apparently.
Oh, so kind of like the Slayers.
In a way. Or like the avatars, considering there's different varieties, like a sandstorm.
Wait, is she gonna make you go fight a giant sky bear?
No, I don't think so.
Susie looks very proud as she like perks up. Wilk is the first Valkyrie of flame.
Oh, so is he gonna get a bunch of? Is it like flame just in name, or is he gonna get like a bunch of fire abilities?
I mean, there's some fire abilities, but it's more like the flame of passion.
Oh, metaphorical. Okay.
Yeah, like you said, like inspiring.
Which is truly just the most ironic class to give him.
It's. It was one he picked out, and two, I think he was hoping that it would help Wilk grow as a character, and it will. It should.
He is growing as a character.
I thought it was funny.
So, I know we're saying that we need to wait for day and all that, but do you think we should talk about what you're planning to say to the High King of the Dwarves?
I plan to fuck up and try to bumble my way out of it, like I have been.
Hey, sounds about right.
No, we don't plan to fail.
Wilk,
Like, what are you gonna say?
rehearse with them.
We're here to help.
As
I
he
know-
has
Not so much.
fucking
Junks, Aelin.
as he has Aelin in a headlock and just flops backward into the water.
'Cause I
We're
know-
definitely here.
So I didn't hear him give the speech to her, but he's given that speech a couple times, right?
He's tried
whole-
to.
The whole
Yes.
world is going to shit. There's corruption and we're off. So we really shouldn't give the same normal speech as before. Because remember, we're not trying to convince the High King to band with us together against Silas. We're trying to convince him to open trade with Emelroth. And if you tell him that there's some big evil Lamia that's corrupted and infiltrated into Emelroth, that'll give him more reason not to trade with them.
Keep it simple, I think, with the dwarves.
It's
You
only
solved
give
their
positive.
problem, right? Like, there's gonna be wood. And that,
Talk about
opening
how
the doors
much,
would make more trade, and then he could spread the dwarven brilliance across the land.
The advice from the Boulder Stones was also making sure peace was noted. Opening the gates would give them peace with elves, a supply with wood, because a deep dwarf,
Hey.
but
I think I've just like forgot why is opening the gate getting in peace with elves?
It won't. About that, you might actually have to ask for the leader of the elves to come over and sign a peace treaty if they're going to be willing to like cut off. You're supposed to convince them to stop the war with the elves. Like the elves are more than willing if they stop trying to cut down the trees.
and what proof do we have of that?
Well, I mean, you are friends with the leader right now, considering you're doing a thing for them.
I'm gonna tell them how we had tea while they bound us underneath the giant statue of Owl with knives to our throats, and we picked up.
They didn't have
Released
knives to our
you
throats.
afterwards.
They just stopped us because we were strangers that were, where we weren't supposed to.
Yeah,
In the middle of
we
a
were
war.
kind of.
I get that, but will they?
You don't
that's
tell
why-
them that part.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why we don't tell that. You say that we had a meeting with them, and leave out the part that we were bound, and gagged, and had weapons pointed at us.
You know, before you even decide to like make an appointment with the king, how about you contact the elves and make sure they're good with it? Maybe they can send word that like if they're willing to stand down, they'd be willing to do things. How about we talk to the elves? That seems like a proper thing to do.
Now, should we take Day to talk to the elves, or should we leave Day here to shoot more politicians?
I was gonna suggest, well, via message.
I can't do that, but can you?
No, via pseudo dragons, Oswald.
I don't know if they fly outside. Well, yeah, I guess they do. Never mind. It still would probably be good to talk to the elves ourselves.
So we're just gonna find a druid at some point, wander our way into the forest, and pray we get captured again.
I mean, there is that northern
we
entrance that is
already-
the war front.
We also already do know a druid.
Yeah, so we'd have to go all the way through the... I'm saying this would take a lot of traveling, and we don't even know how complicated it is for me to leave the city yet. I'm a deep dwarf, that might be one of the outs, but we saw what happened just trying to get Ulrich to leave the city for someone of his own, well, sub-house.
Yeah, but that was someone still like you're the Baron of Deep River, which is a town not in the mountains. So you should be. I'm pretty sure you're allowed to come and go as you want. Plus, you're saying it takes time. Where's your bag? I like dry off my hands and I go over to his bag to try and find.
As
the
you
fucking
leave the
contract.
bathhouse into the cooler area where they keep your clothes, your guys' clothes are gone at the moment, but your bags are still there. And next to the bag, in like there's a weird box that's wrapped up in like tissue paper next to his bag with like a little card on the top that says "To Wilk" with a little heart.
Complete tunnel vision, ignoring that and ignoring the
just
clothes
saying.
are missing.
I'm just saying
Goes
you
to the
would
bag.
see that.
I know I see it. I'm just saying that at the moment, Oswald is get paper, get paper, get paper. Then he might go, weird box.
You get some paper.
So, I'm trying to find the actual paper that has our mission to open trade with the dwarves.
I mean, it's in there. How well organized are you, honey?
Exceptionally so.
Yeah, you find it pretty easily.
it's Wilk.
Let's see, is it filed under D for dwarves?
It's filed
T
under
for trade.
It's filed under elf.
There's a whole separate section dedicated to paperwork.
I open his bag, pull a fucking what the hell is it
A
called?
big manila envelope out.
No, I'm on filing cabinet drawer just comes out of the opening of the bag somehow. I pull out the manila envelope. I want to look at. It said there was a time that we had to complete this. What
5
was the
years.
time we have? 5 years.
You guys are halfway through the first year.
I'm gonna put it back in. Close. Here's how Oswald does it. 5 years. Snaps the like binder closed. Puts it back where it was. Zip the bag closed, or like tie the bag closed. Pat. That's a weird box. And I'm gonna bring that. I'm gonna come wandering back in with a box.
It says it's to me. That wasn't in my bag. It stands up.
Yeah, it was next to your bag. But anyway, we have 5 years to get this done. We're
As
only
you
halfway
bring
through
the
the first
box in, fucking Susie flips out, flies at the box, grabs it, and puts it back into the room. It needs to stay cold! And then she's gone.
Hands up, as if someone just pointed a gun at me.
I feel like
Okay.
she's been plotting something.
I just walk back, and I just like, did Wilk like start getting out of the tub?
Looks
I
like you
stood
did.
up, yeah.
I just like gently push him back into the water.
I
Susie
don't
comes
know
back
about this time.
empty-pawed and perches on your head again.
So we have time. We have time, and I don't think we have it in writing, but the elves gave us like a date for when they were gonna trample Elmoroth, right? That was like similar,
5
right?
years.
That was in the
5 years.
contract, basically.
Yeah, we've only done like 5 and a bit months. We're good. We can take some time on this.
Plus, I think they'll be pretty happy if you have a way to stop the war. Isn't that like a huge part of why the spirits are dying off? Because they can't keep up with all the elves dying?
It's one of the major imbalances of this continent, yes.
I think they'd be more than happy to see that there might be a problem solved there.
And at that point, I am putting my foot down firmly and saying, yes, we have to talk to the elves, because remember, that's part of the whole reason why I left home in the first place.
Agreed. We should
Now,
figure something out.
I have to other than the masked elf, has Aelin seen elves before, right, in this world?
Yeah, he met the,
Did you meet Liluna? The druid?
She's the one
No.
that carried him in, or saved
Oh,
him.
yeah.
Yeah, she was the druid that carried you in, yeah. So you've met
Well-
unblessed elves, and I think you've met a couple blessed ones that had animal features. You didn't think they were elves. They're like
Yeah, I
a
think
mix
that's right.
between tall-ass humans and the kindred friends you have. And it's weird to you, because you're like, that's an elf?
I just
Yeah,
remember
so-
him kicking the door open to Liluna's house.
Yeah, Liluna, like the elves of this world that are unblessed, they look like Amazonian elves compared to you.
I remember Dwayne did meet them in the forest.
Yes.
Oh, and obviously he met the fucking guildmaster, and he was an unblessed elf.
Yes.
So, the blessed elves, I need to tell you, they have animal features because they're blessed by the spirits of the animals. So, the
Right.
main people, the leader of the elves is blessed by Stag, so she has... I got that right, didn't I?
Yes.
She has antlers and some deer-like features, and...
Like
she looks
the
to be
same way that
elderly.
you're blessed by Vulture, right?
Not quite, no. So,
No.
here's the difference. Elves are born and then blessed, and usually by the same spirit of their
And-
parents, but not always.
No, it's that the spirits take turns. This year it was Owl, remember?
Okay,
So
yeah.
there's more elves
There-
born under Owl, but they can be blessed by the other ones. It's just more rare.
That all came out of Oswald's mouth in his voice.
And
For
also,
the-
as they get older, they get more and more animal-like.
Yeah, they become more and more animalistic the older they get. Kindred can only be born after being blessed by, like, with the will of a creator, with the will of a animal spirit. So that's why, for example, you don't see a bunch of unblessed vulture kindred going around, because we are a blessing from them. We can't
Right,
be born
right.
without it.
Aye, that actually
So-
makes sense to me.
Yeah, elf born then blessed, kindred blessed then born.
All kind of messed up when you think about it.
And we have to
Not really.
differentiate the fact that you're a traveler and not a native, otherwise you're not allowed in. Very
Oh, that's
important,
just kind of racist.
and a popular reminder is to
Well-
do your best not to use magic outside of these walls.
I mean, the elves are okay with it, but it's more that, and he already knows about not using magic in the city, but what happens, and you saw it with the guildmaster, very common punishment for those that commit unforgivable sins in elven communities is to strip them of their blessing and banish them. So if you don't have a blessing, it either means the animal spirit that would have blessed you is dead, which is happening more and more frequently, unfortunately, or you committed a grave sin. Like mass murder. Like, they don't even, like, correct me if I'm wrong, they don't strip you of your blessing just for a murder, right? Like,
Yeah,
they'll throw you in
it's-
jail.
They'll throw you in jail and you'll stay there to live out your life, but if you become a consistent problem in that area, you get stripped of your blessing and banished. Or held
like-
hostage so you can't keep killing people.
Or just killed.
1 to 3 murders, you wouldn't get your blessing taken away. Like 5 murders, your blessing is taken away and you're locked in a hole.
Right, I get you.
Meaning,
So just
don't.
make it clear that I'm not from here, and
Yes,
it's all
and I'm
alright.
also not telling you you're allowed 1 to 3 murders. You're allowed none.
damn, I was hoping you weren't going to clarify that.
Wait,
But-
why do you people all think I'm just about to murder everyone? It's
Because
not a
you
murder
say
if
you're
we're
gonna
in a
murder
fight.
people. But I'm saying you're not allowed to murder people, and you've threatened murder many times.
Aye, that's true.
Quite frankly, I'm not sure how strong a grip on sanity is at any given point.
Sanity's for
it's-
people who can't fight.
That's kind of true for all four of us. We're not normal.
Somewhere in a different bathhouse. Man, I'm the most normal out of all those assholes.
Somewhere in another bathhouse, Aahana not being involved in the conversations of what's going to happen next.
Yeah, we're
Well,
just getting a rough feeling of it.
I will say though, we do need to go and see what's going on with Aahana, because if you're
Go
trying to
ahead.
ask Zach if he wants to be summoned, he has demands.
What are your demands?
First, you're only to address me as Zach the Great.
I mean, I'll try my best, but sometimes I might slip up.
And then you will be punished! Second, I must be fed dried shrimp multiple times a day with wet shrimp, raw, before bed.
So you want dry shrimp throughout the day, and then I give you wet shrimp before you go to sleep?
Yes, I don't know if they make it here in this weird city, but there is a sort of package of like these dried shrimp chips. They're delicious.
I don't know if they make it here. It's called cat food.
I mean, I will try and find shrimp, but we're in a dwarven city. Would you be fine with rock crab?
For now, with the stipulation that for every day I go without shrimp, I get a day's worth of shrimp later.
How much is a day's worth of shrimp?
At least one bag and then 5 shrimp before bed.
Okay.
3! My magic is only to be used to further your power. We do not help those that cannot help themselves.
1, that's in direct conflict with me being a Valkyrie of Steel.
Ma'am!
2,
Do you say that some weakling that can't even attempt to fight for itself is worthy of our indulgence? Nature takes its course, might I add.
sure, there's a thing about nature, but I'm not an animal. I'm a sentient being. So nature can do as it pleases, I'll do as I please.
Children are one thing, but if a human who is fit and is unwilling to fight and defend itself, and you attempt to use me to defend them, I will unsummon myself,
I won't use you then. I'll use my own strength.
and I will continue to berate you for furthering the weakness of this land.
Alright.
You must make sure that these people know they must grow up to be strong. They must be able to fight for themselves, for then they are worthy to be supported.
I
We have
mean,
an accord.
you're kind of overlooking that, like, fighting for yourself comes in a lot of different ways, not just being able to win, like, an actual physical fight.
I said nothing about winning. I said attempting to fight.
I'm sorry, I mean attempting a
To
physical
defend
fight.
oneself. If they won't even do that, then they're better off dead.
I mean, if it's just like a regular person and a dragon, I'm not gonna blame that person for turning around and running from the dragon.
Running is defending themselves. I'm not saying it's not, but if they sit there and cower like a fool, they're better dead.
Look, there's this thing called flight, fight, or freeze. We don't really have control over it.
Look, if they freeze, they're unworthy. They should be culled from the herd.
I mean, you can have whatever you want to think. but I will use my own power to protect those I believe need to be protected.
Do not further the weakness of others. But do we have a cord?
Yeah.
He holds out a tentacle as if you could actually grab it.
She's gonna hold out her hand.
Attempts to shake the tentacle with hand, fails horribly.
I'm just imagining
Acts like he does it though.
Yeah, like he's going down while she's going up, and they're just completely missing each other.
Then we have an accord.
Yeah. Rock crabs are a lot bigger than shrimp. Like, do you know the size of a rock crab?
Foolish mortal, you think I know not? I know all!
Alright, so that means you know the size of a rock crab?
Are you questioning me?
Yes, I'm asking you a literal question.
You fool! And he vanishes.
His way of saying, shit, I don't know.
Welcome to Zach. Ego for days.
Aahana just sits there and she's like, do I still summon him?
That is for you to decide.
She just kind of like puts the ring back and she's like, I'll wait until he, I guess, says he should be summoned now. Whenever he wants to talk to me again.
Oh, I lonely.
You think he'd ever approach her over something like that? You crazy? That would show weakness.
You
You fool!
You're,
I'm not lonely.
You're clearly
Baka!
you're very lonely, I can see. Perhaps I could help?
Your bath is very pleasant. They pamper you to the nine. Like, you get like a massage, rubbed down in like scented oils. You're like, you get your nails did. They fucking polish your scales. They do your hair. Your clothes are like dry cleaned and smell like flowers. You feel good.
Yeah. I got freshly braided hair in the dwarven way and everything.
Mm-hmm.
She's just waiting outside their bathhouse for them to come out.
It's been a while.
Yep.
About that, inside the bathhouse. What you guys talking about? With the elves and shit.
So, question is, how do we approach it? I highly doubt it would go over well if we just went, hey, by the way, we're bringing an elven envoy.
In
Sorry.
writing should be fine, as long as it's from the queen herself. She's the current leader, after all.
Well, that would be fine, yeah, but it would be more impressive if we brought an actual envoy. And politics are supposed to be about impressing people.
I think it's more along the lines of we should like talk to the elves about the potential of this happening in the future, so that they can agree, and if they agree, be on standby for, what's the word? For permission from the king to have them come, if they choose to.
Pretty much.
I like that idea.
Maybe, I don't know. So how are you gonna like talk
Good
to the
idea.
elves? What have you decided? Or have you not decided? You want to talk? I don't know.
I still suggest the message, but it might be better if we just showed up. Because after all, there's not gonna
Yeah,
be...
I think we should go visit in person.
We should also probably talk to Aahana about this.
Yeah. Still want to talk to Dave about some things, too. I admit, though, it is kind of weird to get all this and then just walk out the doors and then come back and deal with it. Well, that's just...
Aelin, do you think your wife would kill you if she found out you went to the Elf City and didn't invite her?
I mean, feckin' probably.
That's why we don't tell her.
Yeah,
Right.
I like that
think
idea.
It's a terrible idea. Bringing
No,
her
it's
along.
not. Burble, burble, as she sinks back beneath the waters.
I'm just starting to think that she doesn't like her.
And why would you think that?
Gonna slowly walk over to him and grab his shoulder.
I'm getting out of this fucking water.
That does hit.
Jesus
Well, wait.
Christ.
What is the full +8? It'd just be a 1d8.
It's 2d8 damage.
Oh, I thought it was just 1.
Nah.
My god, you rolled really well with that. Good thing you're not in armor.
Yeah.
Right? Got a
But
big
damn.
old shit-eating grin.
Oh, by the way, from all the wrestling, Mr. Aelin, you have at least the same amount of bludgeoning damage done to you.
I'm cool with that.
Still gonna blast him in the chest with another Eldritch Blast.
Oh my god, here we go.
I'm getting out. Gonna get dressed.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
So, as you
Hold
walk
up.
up to where your clothes have now been neatly folded, they smell clean and shit. You see that there's that package next to it with your name on it and a little heart.
I'll look at the package.
It's a packaged, just like a, like brown wrapping paper, twine
Yeah.
box.
Open box.
It's cold to the touch. As you undo the twine and then unwrap the paper, inside you see there's a box. And inside that, if you open the box that's inside, you see there is like ice at the bottom. And there's a little like container like tucked into it. And on top of that, there's like a little like pill bottle that reads aspirin. And then underneath that, in that little like a cylindrical container that's in the ice, is a blue bunny. Bunny tracks ice cream. It's about a pint.
Also, Aelin, that does hit. Yeah, because I'm not wearing armor in the bath.
And if you're bigger, you have that -1.
I'm not bigger currently.
Well, I guess Kit stopped by the cafe.
What are you talking about? It was from me.
Oh, it was.
It's a care package. You said you were in pain. And also, you've been in some mental distress, and I thought maybe some like binge food would help.
Well, thank you, Susie. I'm
You
going to
haven't
eat all
told
of
Kit
this.
anything. She's just been like, she thought you like got exhausted and like were ghosting her or something.
I was practically ghosting myself, so.
I mean, she checked on you when you were like collapsed there. Her nose all wrinkled because you smelled like sweat.
Can you two stop killing each other? Roll Lila's hug. Do it.
That's it.
She's gonna drag you out.
Danger hug. There we go. Wow.
Oh.
Every time she needs to control you, she can. She's always done this. She's dragging you out of the room and to get dressed.
Am I still taking that shocking grasp damage?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
He's just howling like a hyena as she drags him. This is the most fun they've had together in a while.
You all get dressed. You smell much better. You note that in the dressing room, there's actually like big full body blowers, like blow out like dryer things to help you guys get dry, especially those of you with fur. That way you're only mildly damp when you're getting clothed.
Yep.
And eventually you walk out to see Aahana, who looks like she's been waiting there for like an hour.
Fenris and Aelin both look beat to hell.
Yes, you do. One of you has like a black eye, the other one's like fur singed. You have the faint smell of burnt fur.
But he does have his arm around his shoulder. Well, as high as you can get.
They're both just laughing.
Well, they're a bunch of idiots. Oswald, you coming?
Yeah.
Let's get out of here. Already eating ice cream.
Just have that open, no spoon, just lick.
Suck it out of the goddamn thing.
Are you heading back to the Adventurers Guild, or where are you going?
Dogface. Waiting for Aahana to get out, of course.
Oh, she's out. She's been waiting
out.
for you.
Okay.
She's been waiting on y'all. What took you guys so long to bathe? I had oils, massages, all this extra luxury stuff, and I still got out like half an hour before y'all guys did.
Oh, we're gonna go see the elves.
We were planning on what to do about, in the future, and then Aelin and Fenris started trying to kill each other.
Great.
We weren't trying to
Yes,
kill
you
each other.
you should always strategize with.
He grabbed you by the
Not
neck
the
and
full
slammed
group.
you into the water. We were just talking. We were gonna talk to you about it when we got out.
I'll say you guys are walking back to the Adventurers Guild while you guys discuss things. Go ahead, keep talking.
We're thinking about getting the peace treaty kind of thing talked about, or at least make it possible to move towards. That'll help, because we're getting them the wood. They're not going to have to keep dealing with the elves.
Okay. I don't mean to be rude to you, Wilk, but can someone who actually states what's going on tell me what you guys talked about?
We're gonna go to the elves to talk to them about sending either an envoy or signing a piece of paper we can show to the Dwarven King saying that they officially want the war to be over, as part of the negotiations with the Dwarf King.
That.
No offense, Wilk. You really beat around the bush when you're trying to figure out what you're trying to say.
I never know what I want to say. I don't like talking.
That's the problem. You're
Fenris
always
is actually
beating around
just
the
going
bush.
to casually pull Wilk aside and just be like, hey,
Fuck
remember all
off. You're
the
the one
time-
that put me in this to begin with.
I did not.
You
Remember all the
literally
times-
voted for me as group leader.
I'm not sure if voting is the right term. I think I prefer throwing under the wagon.
Fair enough, as you're saying.
Remember all the times Sledge tried to teach you to be more direct?
Yeah, and then I failed that and died to an owlbear. What are you asking? And then I died to him, too.
Just try and take those lessons to heart.
I did. That's why I kept his fucking dagger he stabbed me with.
By the way, as you're talking to Fenris, Susie is going to steal another silver and fly off. She's gonna steal 3 more silver.
Fenris is just gonna pat him on the shoulder. I love you, buddy, but you really aren't taking that lesson to heart.
You're welcome to try.
I am. That's why I'm the big angry one.
Yes.
So, are we going to the elves?
Well, we should probably start heading over there. Probably tomorrow, day after.
Do any of you know how they feel about Lamia?
There's not a culture in this world that feels good about Lamia.
Well, I just mean, like, if they see me, are they going to start trying to kill me? Because that gets really annoying after a while.
If you
No,
they see that you're blessed by Scheherazade, probably not.
Yeah, you should.
you're
be good
also
there.
with us, and we have an outstanding contract with them. So,
Yeah, they thought we were trying to, they suspected us of being double agents or something when they first found us, so they just tied us up and brought us to the city.
We just happened to be camped where they were walking.
Oswald, I don't know if you've noticed this lately, but people have a really hard time kidnapping me.
Oh, they won't. They're very strong.
Well, the dwarves aren't weak.
Unlike the dwarves, they're about your size.
Good. I don't know the size of the
They're
elves.
very big, and most of the security forces, I guess you would call them, or maybe the actual fighting forces, Kindred, wolf elves, they're usually quite big and quite strong.
Well, their king is also a wolf elf, so he tends to lead the charge.
Ah. At least there's some nobility I guess I could try to respect.
Actually,
Alright.
there's not really a nobility so much. There's just that's the leader
Well,
who's voted in, actually.
I think the leader, he's the leader of the military. They're kind of divided. It's been very weird. They also
Yeah, they have 2 leaders.
His wife, their quote-unquote queen, seems to be the political lead. They've been at a standoff this whole time politically. On one
The queen
end,
doesn't want to fight, but she knows she can't stop him, and he knows they can't just hand over the forest to the dwarves.
or just let the humans have Elenthiel's child. He's more of a...
Alright, so the
War.
plan would be then go to the elves, get the envoy, because envoy is always better in the political noble sphere. That's one thing I do know. then when we get to the king, we don't bring the envoy with us. We have them on standby. We tell the king we have a way to solve their wood problem because of the deep dwarves.
Yes.
And then we would tell the king that the elves are willing for peace. That's when we would tell him about the envoy and that we can bring them in and hear from the elves themselves for the peace. Basically, right?
We could also try and get a signed document from the elves.
An envoy is going to be better because if I don't know much about this paranoid, there's going to be, well, you could have just faked this document, you could be leading us into a trap. I'm used to very paranoid royalty though, so maybe I'm just overestimating what we need to do.
We'll definitely
I
get
mean,
them in
also-
contact so that they can agree to envoys, yes.
I do also agree in bringing an envoy because it's just more impressive, and that's kind of what it seems to be. Politics is just a bunch of lying, and what's that phrase, Aelin, where you're trying to compare the size of things? What was it again?
Old-fashioned pissing contest.
Yeah, there we go.
Posturing. It's posturing.
Posturing. There we go.
Posturing, pissing, all sounds effective.
I was hoping he was going to say dick measuring contest.
The words wouldn't come to me, I'm sorry.
Alright, so when do we head out for the elves?
Perhaps today we stock up on supplies and rations for the trip, then head out tomorrow.
Sounds about right.
I also have to give Wilk time to recover because he's barely walking.
I'm fine.
Oh, Lufa will have to let the shop owner know she's going to be out for a bit.
Oh, by the way, when Susie got back, she was carrying another box, but it was bigger.
I'll take the box.
Inside are 4 pints.
Appreciate it.
I also need to get rock crabs, apparently, I guess.
Why?
Zach apparently demands that he gets dry shrimp throughout the day, and then wet shrimp before he goes to sleep. I told him I don't know if the dwarves have shrimp. They have rock crabs, which I feel is a perfectly good substitute. So, he wouldn't tell me if he knew the size of the rock crabs, so I'm not exactly sure about the exchange rate, since, you know, they're bigger than him.
That reminds me, speaking of that, I think we can get some rock crabs in the market nearby on the way out. I need to go let Kit know that I'm not going to be around for a few days.
Oh, okay.
I guess if anyone wants to come with me, they can get rations while I'm getting the rock crabs.
I'll tag along with you then.
Oswald, what do you want to do?
I guess I have to go to the noodle shop and tell Lufa and talk to the owner about how she needs to be on a political assignment.
Okay.
How long-ish will this trip be?
Easily several days. There's about a 3-day trip from Elmoroth, I think, to get here. And that was...
We're gonna go from the city?
No, we're probably likely going to take the tunnel from here to the forest, but we'll still...
That's about a week. And then in the forest, I don't know.
Well,
It depends on where they are.
we'd still need a druid. If we
He's
did
supposed
that.
to
So
just
maybe-
fly over.
Maybe we,
You needed a druid before you had someone blessed by Saharaza. You might
Yeah, that's
be
true.
able to get in.
Yeah, thinking about it, Elenthril is a child of the creators, so he should, they should recognize the creators blessed as, good enough.
And Aelin's blessed by Siengal. But I guess we got 2 to his 1, so I think that counts.
Sure, we could call that a blessing.
I mean, if he can't, then literally just I could fly him over the thing, or you could fly him over the thing. Because it's the
Alright.
trees on the border, right? I don't think they have anti-aircraft abilities.
Considering some of the spirits, I'd be surprised. I'm not willing to test it, but we'll see when we get there.
We'll test it if we have to when we get there.
That'll be half the fun. Right. Everyone get your situations in order. Rations, everything.
you know what? So, are we going straight towards the forest then, or are we make the pit stop at Emerald City.
Straight shot.
Straight shot.
You're going
Alright.
through the northern tunnel that you kind of arrived in, sort of. It's over here. It actually goes out into. I can show you real quick. Over here, if you can see this Gardoon,
Mhm.
the gate there, that actually leads directly into the forest. That's where their front lines have been fighting for a while, actually.
Okay.
This should be notably a little more down here. My bad. Oh well.
So probably like month's rations will be
That would be
extra
enough.
safe. Yeah.
Plus any trade with the courts.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you guys need something for that.
Just shiny
Potentially.
things.
Non-silver.
That being stated, I believe Winter Court's about to happen, so we'll have to keep an eye out
Right
for
now
that.
it's autumn court, or the end of it. Well, actually, what?
We're like right at the end of fall, so
Yeah, you're at the very end
somewhere.
of the autumn court. All right, so real quick, we're gonna take that minute break, that like 20-minute break for like Pinky and everyone to get all things situated. When we get back, we can get everything wrapped up and start heading into that. Sound good?
Yep.
Okay.
All right.
We
I'll
can
be back.
finally hear background music that isn't bagpipes, Aelin.
You have no idea how happy this makes me.
I can't wait to see how. Well, you know what? No, I won't. I won't talk about how they are. I don't think you fully experienced the elves like we have, so I'll just leave you to wonder. Anybody back yet?
Yeah, I'm here.
So what'd y'all have for dinner tonight?
Chicken pot pie.
Sleep.
You didn't have dinner, Hatter?
Nah, I slept all day for the game.
Hmm.
Because after game, I get up and go to work. I always say I'm gonna try and sleep, and I just roll around for an hour, and I'm like, fine, I'll get up.
I made fried pork chops, deep fried pork chops, and I'm very proud because I didn't fucking burn the oil or splatter oil everywhere this time.
Damn, that does sound nice, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Here's a tip the next time if you ever want to make them. Instead of using breadcrumbs, use crushed up pork rinds. The best fucking breading you can make.
I'm gonna have to try that. Wow. That never occurred to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, when I first stood up, my legs tried to give out on me.
Oh no.
Wow.
Yeah, no, my right knee has been messing with me all day today.
Guess that makes it the wrong knee.
Die.
That's fine, that joke killed me a little too.
But yeah, I thought of using pork rinds for the breading, Hatter, because the first time I made this, my stepdad was on super fucking strict keto. I was like, but I want to make fried pork chops. Wait! I could just crush up pork rinds! I also bought almond flour that one time, but it's like half a pound for $12. Not worth it.
Jesus.
Almond flour is fucking expensive, and the flour in something breaded and fried is not nearly enough calories to ruin a keto diet. Or carbs or whatever, so.
Crack open a cold one.
I mean, of Sam's Cola.
Damn.
That's good enough.
I'm one of those people who likes to, like, bread things with, like, flamin' hot Cheetos.
I've yet to try that just because I know that my mom would not want it, but I still want to do something like, you know, fry some chicken and with the breading being Lay's potato chips or something.
I made fried chicken legs breaded with flamin' hot Cheetos.
That sounds like it'd be fucking good.
It was.
Oh, you know what
food is weird.
What I do want to make? I want to make something, whether it's pork or chicken or fish or anything, and I want the breading to be Takis.
I mean, yeah, if you really like them, what we will do is if we end up like getting a big bag of Lay's, because sometimes I like Lay's, and if we get chicken, if it hits a point where like the bag has been open for a couple days and it's still not finished, we just crush up all the chips and bread the chicken with it. Broken up chips as breading, it usually tastes really good.
I mean, that's some real frugal shit, and I'm here for it. God damn, that sounds weird.
I'm gonna correct you on something though, Hatter. You said American food sounds weird. That's not American food. That's just neurodivergent food.
I'd find out you got me there.
That's bitch, I'm poor food.
But you see, rich neurodivergent people still do that. Have you seen the fucking Mythical Kitchen?
No.
Yeah. Fucking Josh. I just watched his 23 different chicken tenders video. Where he breads, like, uses 23 different things to bread chicken tenders.
I've got to fucking watch that. Hatter, are you aware of the internet show, Good Mythical Morning with Rhett and Link?
No.
It's an internet talk show. It's kind of like Good Morning America, but short little internet segments where they do random shit like One of the more popular ones is alternate dimension snacks. So they like take a snack and make something different. So for example, they made freezing cold Cheetos
Oh, why?
or Wheat Fix. Or when I
I
favorite,
refer to my previous question.
instead of Dunkaroos, they made Drowneroo, where it's just a giant pouch of frosting and one big kangaroo cookie.
Sounds kind of cash.
Most of the shit they make on there is actually really cool, and why? Because they have batshit crazy Gordon Ramsay on their staff.
Yeah, they have a guy named Josh, and he runs basically Mythical Kitchen, and the stuff that Dan just talked about they would make, he, a basically self-taught cook, was making all that when they first started out. I think now they have a few extra people who make it and whatnot.
Yeah, but Josh is always the head chef.
Yeah, but he is always in charge of it.
Like, here's the example of how fucked up this guy's sense of taste is. You know what his favorite food is?
What's that?
Pasteurized pork blood.
Ugh.
Yep, either in cube or liquid form. So he made an entire dessert out of it for another YouTuber on a show called Food Fears. He made molten chocolate lava cakes with everything infused with pork blood. And it was delicious, and I want to try it.
Like, a lot of his meals he makes, one looks like stuff like my poor ass family would make growing up, just because that's what we had available. But like, there's some that's really good. And then they also do this thing called food nightmares, where like the really messed up stuff you see online, they attempt to make it more palatable.
Oh yeah, like how they made something with pilk.
Yeah.
Which was apparently
I'll be right
also
back.
a favorite childhood snack of his.
Yeah, it's his mom who's South African, I think.
I want him to have his mom on an episode and just have her make something.
I love the episodes where he's just like, what if I just go absolutely batshit with this?
You know, it's funny, like, a lot of the best recipes for shit came along with someone fucking around. Like, oh shit, I've got nothing I need to make food. Like, mac and cheese was invented by slaves. They're like, shit, what the hell do I got to make? I got cheese, I got these weird ass fucking noodles. Fuck it! Or like,
Oh, yeah, there.
Chick-fil-A. Do you know the secret to why their chicken tastes so good?
Pickle juice, right?
Pickle juice and buttermilk. And they brine it in that. Who the fuck would have thought to stick your fucking chicken in buttermilk and pickle juice?
Is everyone back?
Hopefully
Hatter
no one
went
ever,
back.
Dan. Hopefully no one ever.
That's
So-
no,
so
that's
is
that's
everyone
what they
back?
do at Chick-fil-A.
Hello, everyone.
Hatter left.
Hatto's not here.
Oh, okay. Is Demo here?
No.
Alright, soon then.
Yeah, that's the secret to making really good fried chicken like Chick-fil-A. You brine it in pickle juice and buttermilk for like a day beforehand.
I've never had Chick-fil-A.
It's
I've
good.
never had it either.
It's fucking good.
I like Popeyes.
I don't think. Here's the thing. Like, I think their chicken is superior to most other restaurants, but they just don't have as diverse of a menu. They're like, we got chicken, waffle fries, or chicken and waffle fries.
I want to go to a Brazilian barbecue. It's been a long time.
We just don't even have those down here.
Right?
So I do want to go to a Chinese buffet. It's been a long time since I've gone to one of those.
I think all of ours are shut down.
Dragon King shut down?
Yeah, I believe so.
Damn.
Too many failed health inspections.
I know we're all.
Oh, it only took
we're-
them 15 years and 20 shutdowns for them to finally go, okay, you guys did too much.
I think it was the pandemic that did it.
No, this happened like this year, finally.
Ah. Hey, at least now I know if on the off chance you guys ever come over here for a visit, I know where to fucking take you. Fucking sushi bomb, a sushi and hibachi restaurant where you just sit down and order whatever the fuck you want.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it's one of the things where you pay a flat fee and then you just keep ordering until you can't eat anymore. Demo! Adder!
Oh boy, can't wait to tear this tea bag open, pour it in water, and shake it up to drink it.
Ew. No.
Tea is disgusting, so.
I like
Yeah,
tea
I
and
also
Not
say
all tea.
no.
There's some tea that's really good.
No, it's all tea. Hear that, Hatter? All tea tastes disgusting. I'm trying to activate his British senses.
How do we activate Demo's Canadian senses?
Maple
Whiskey
syrup
and-
sucks.
Whiskey and maple syrup both don't taste very good.
You're pretty spot on with that.
Welcome back.
That,
Uh,
We're just
did you
waiting on
agree,
that.
or that's what activates your Canadian almonds?
No, what got my attention was he saying my name.
Yeah. No, I just need Hatter. How you feeling, Demo, with your sick?
You know,
No, that's why I asked.
I don't know. My throat
look.
fucking hurts, but I'm good.
Welcome back.
And there's Hatter.
All right. So let's start with those shopping. You guys head down to the Boulderstone Market,
Yep.
and you pick up a month amount of rations for everyone. I've already calculated it up and everything. It would be 750 or gold pieces, which Ref has rounded up to.
7 copper, 5 silver.
And
Who's
is
paying
that
for that?
is
That's
that
for
like
everyone.
the
Not each,
Well,
that's like the everything.
It's not the crabs. This is like the month of ration for everyone. It's in a
So we can
barrel.
all eat from.
okay? So
Yeah.
just normal rations.
It's
not
like
the-
dried meat. It's road rations. It's dried meat, some water, something like dried fruit that has some stuff in it, like just various stuff like that. It's
Yeah.
ration.
And then
Okay.
separately,
Yes, what's up?
Aahana wants to buy. She's probably not going to buy much since she doesn't know when he's finally going to come back and if it's going to be bad by the time he does. But she's going to
Eventually
buy
you'll
like
figure it out that you want me
Yeah.
to
And-
summon him again.
Sorry, how much was that? The
7
Rations?
copper and 5 silver. 7 copper, 5 silver.
7 copper, 5 silver. Got it.
And it's Aahana for 1 crab. It is 1 silver.
she's going to ask if they have dried crab.
Dried crab?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they could give you some bags for that. It'd be for the extra work, 2 silver, 4 silver a bag, and the bag has like, like big jerky bags.
Yeah.
It's like that.
Okay.
Thought of something. Could you instantly make jerky with prestidigitation?
No,
Couldn't dry the
but you
meat?
could with that one thing that sucks the life out of someone, moisture out of something.
Light?
That one.
I'd be making jerky out of a whole side of cow. I mean, slice a thin piece and dry it with prestidigitation.
No,
Anyway,
it wouldn't
didn't-
dry like that. No. I mean, it would
Okay.
dry the outside, but not the inside.
I guess she'll get a bag of the dried one then.
That'd be 5 silver. It's a big ass bag.
She
Like
just
a pound of
she
dried
kind of
crab
like
meat.
opens up her where she keeps her cash, her money, looks at it, and then she's just gonna like give them a copper because she doesn't have silver.
They're gonna give you 2 bags. You now have 2 pounds of dried crab meat.
She's just gonna kind of like shrug and be like, okay. Dry crab meat.
Is there anything else you guys were wanting to buy down there?
Dishware.
Dishware?
Yep.
What kind?
Could also just buy
We looking
porcelain.
ceramic. Oh, so porcelain. Ooh, expensive stuff.
Yep.
Let's see how much that would cost. God
You
damn
slice
it.
it real thin.
Alright, you see a dwarf that is selling like a stack of like porcelain ashtrays. They're like the flat ones that are like dipped a little bit. Like he has
Cool.
just a bunch of them. Like he just has like a different porcelain things, but like the thing that you see that's like you could like carry in bulk if you wanted was that.
Okay. Yeah.
So that would cost you about like 2 copper to get like a stack of what looks to be about 25 ashtrays.
Cool. Alrighty.
I
These
do
are
wanna
like the
ask-
size of Rhea each, by the way. She should eat like 1 a day, maybe, and that's like lunch you get half, and then dinner get the other half.
Alrighty.
As far as the food stuff was, it's basically we just rebought what we all bought before, right?
What do you mean?
We bought all the same stuff as we did last time.
No,
Food?
No, this is just
this is
Okay.
rations.
road rations.
Aren't
Oswald
you
will.
doing? Yes. What's
Yeah.
up?
But before leaving, I was gonna say Lupa was really upset she didn't get to use those weird like puff mushrooms. Could you pick some of those up and then the ones
Yep.
that sprinkle black shit on stuff?
Well,
Oh, pepper mushrooms. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, Fenris will definitely pick up a few of those then.
If you want an ounce of that, that would be 2 gold pieces.
Okay.
It's got like it's basically a little like box of like 30 of them. They're like small little fuckers.
Okay.
Oh, I
Box
thought
of
they were like
30.
big truffles, but okay, yes.
Well, they're like half the size of a truffle, motherfucker. It's still big by standards. They're just like little.
Yeah, I'm just saying I was wrong. I apologize.
Like 1-use pepper packets. Anyway,
Alright. 30 puff mushrooms.
What's this weird pattern of spots? I think it's dwarven for not for resale.
is there anything you guys wanted, or anything else?
Is there anywhere that sells books in this frickin' market?
I guess, yeah. What are you looking for?
She's gonna try. She's pretty certain there's no chance of this, but she's gotta try just because that's where they're heading. She's gonna try and find a book that teaches Elvish.
Ah! Yeah, you don't find anything like that here.
Yeah. She was like, this is probably not going to happen, but I still have to at least look.
Did she actually voice that? Like, did
Oh,
she
shit,
say
I never
she was
asked
gonna be
where you were
looking
going.
for that book?
Before we do that, were you going with them, Aelin?
I think I said I was, but I can't remember.
I don't think you chose, so if you wanted to go with them, by all means. Okay, yeah, go
Oh,
ahead.
yeah.
You see her looking for books, that's for sure.
You realize I could just help you with that, right?
So gonna kind of look at Aelin.
Like, points to his head, points to his toes.
You
Elf.
kind of see like this kind of like pursed look on her face where she's like,
Hey, you
well,
helped
it's
me
not
with
like I
Robin.
could find the book, so yeah, I guess you could help me with Elvish.
I'm kind of offended you didn't ask in the first place.
Aelin,
Yes?
in what universe do you seem the type who wants to sit down with me and try and teach me a language I do not know?
It could be fun.
Yes, but you don't seem the type who would want to do that.
And you don't know me at all. I'm like an onion, got many layers.
Okay, Shrek, calm down.
Is there
Sorry,
anything else you guys
Aelin,
want?
which of these layers wasn't stupid?
The middle one. You passed that a while ago.
Ah,
Anything else for you guys?
I can't think of anything.
nope.
Alright, you guys start heading back up. I'm guessing you're flying to the noodle shop, Oswald?
Yes, at max speed.
Okay. You're gonna incur a point of exhaustion for the, like, distance and shit, you know that.
I meant more that I have my 60 feet on, but yeah.
No, I know, but, like, if you're flying there and back and, like, full thing, like, sprinting the whole way, that's still very exerting.
Okay, he won't go full speed, but he'll go fast.
Alright, so you'll be back in, like, an hour or two.
Yeah. They're talking to the guy like, yeah, she needs to come with me on a diplomatic mission, I'm sorry.
He doesn't seem very pleased that you keep uprooting her in her, like, chosen career and shit, but it's more along the lines of, she's more than welcome to fucking work here every time she's in town. But you need to, like, let him know so that she can be fitted into the schedule. This is a restaurant, not a fucking, you know, off the rails, unverified thing.
Shay,
What's up? What?
there is actually something else I'd like to get.
What's up?
And that is like a blanket or something to keep my
Blanket?
Drake War.
Oh yeah, about that. You guys, it is the end of, it is basically the nipply, it gets into the negatives at night. There is blankets. They are fire silk.
Yep,
Wow.
Fenris is definitely going to grab one of them for...
So for a fire silk blanket, I would suggest it's about 4 silver. This is a big, like, you could, like, use it like a bedroll. It's a big, like, comforter style ass blanket.
You would also know the rest of us don't have those.
Like even you could, like, probably wrap that around yourself and be pretty comfortable.
Okay, so I guess... How many...
Would you like to get 5 of those in total?
Yeah, I'll get 5
It's
of them.
5 silver per, so that's 5 times 5, so 25 silver.
25, okay.
Or 2 gold and 5 silver, right? Or start 2 copper and 1 silver, right?
Sorry, I did not hear how much they costed and how
25
many.
silver.
25
for
silver?
all 5.
That's 2 copper,
So-
5 silver, yeah.
Yeah. 2 copper, 5 silver. Up
Okay.
to you. How you want to pay for it.
Yep. Alrighty.
These should keep you warm at night so long as, you know, you're not, like, covered in snow and have some sort of, like, protection above you. You know, like, it's not gonna save you if you're in the middle of the snow with nothing above you or around you to block the wind chill.
Do we have like a big ass fucking tent?
Now we used to rely on
You used
Sharir.
to, yeah, you used to use Sharir to make fucking stuff, but now you guys don't have that now.
He was a carpenter. He could make lean-tos for us.
Okay, then
And
I
none
guess
of you
we
have
need...
a fucking profession now, so.
Yes, Fenris is also shopping for a massive fucking tent.
Okay! Fuck, how do I price this? Okay, so it would be tarp and, like, poles. I'm gonna say they're probably made out of metal because you're gonna want something that could stand up to shit. And pretty decent, like, wind-resistant, thick tarp that is also probably tear-resistant and water-resistant. And then in a way that you can carry it around. If you spend 10 copper, I'll allow you to have, like, a tent setup kit that can fit everyone, but you'll be sleeping, like, you'll touch each other.
Okay, if I, like, put, like, 10 more copper, will that give people comfortable room?
So if you
I mean-
if you want to spend 25 copper, it'll give them at least, like, elbow room so that they can roll over and not hit each other.
Yeah.
And it'll also be more weather resistant,
Okay,
meaning it should be able to get through the winter parts where it's snowing outside.
25 copper
So
it
long as
is.
you're not on top of the mountain.
Imagining him fucking,
Okay.
like, showing the bronze piece. What could I get for that? They wheel out a dwarven Winnebago.
Oh, Rhea
Hmm?
will stop you briefly and be like, "What about the drinks?"
Very good thought.
They don't like the cold,
No, they don't.
so we're gonna need more blankets and probably another tent.
Okay. Good
Aahana
idea.
is superior. She
Yeah,
has
you're
a
good.
frost salamander.
Your frost salamander's like, "Hell yeah, let's do this."
Okay,
Aahana
so
has left the market, and I want you to know she's gone to the stables, and she's spending time
Okay.
with her frost salamander during
Sounds
this.
good.
so let's call it 50 copper for the
2 tents,
for 2 tents.
and then it would be 2 copper and 5 silver for enough blankets that are big enough to keep the animals warm. And in fact, you should be able to have them draped on underneath the saddle so that they have some sort of protection while moving around in the cold.
Okay.
It'll keep them from dying, but they're still going to be unhappy if they're having to like ferry you fucks around in the cold.
Alrighty.
Sound good?
So we can't like fit the fire silk blankets to them in a way like.
If you guys had wanted to spend like a week here so that they could get specifically made Drake snowsuits, sure.
Yeah, that's.
The big stumpy
I'll put the commission in, but
Oh, you want to?
yeah, I want to
Fuck,
put.
alright.
Yeah, I want to put it in, but we'll have to pick it up later.
Alright,
Just say we wait that time.
Nah.
That'll cost you 20 copper, but they will absolutely be comfortable in any weather, because fire silk works both ways. You can have it woven to do the one and the other, and this is gonna give you like liners for the fucking snowsuits for the drakes that you can swap out for both cold and hot weather.
So, 20 copper for all of the drakes, or?
Yep.
Okay.
As a whole. How's that sound?
Alright. Sounds great.
Your drakes will be golden now, for even if you go into the desert. They'll be better off than you.
Oh, my poor frost salamander.
Yeah, I don't think he's buying yours that, so
Yeah.
eventually you might have to come over and do that if you guys are going to the desert. Or did you buy the salamander a suit too?
Yeah, he'll buy the salamander, or he'll.
The salamander will be at a half off discount because the salamander also doesn't need the cold weather one.
Okay. So.
'Cause they
how
would have
much
told
is
you
it?
about that. Yeah. So yeah, it'd still be just 20. Because I was also thinking Aahana was added in there for some reason.
Okay.
5 is a much easier number to multiply by than 4.
And
Anything else for you?
was the animal rations factored into the ration portioning, or?
Fuck no, it wasn't, because I'm done.
Okay.
So do another 2 copper and 5 silver, and that'll be enough for them.
Alrighty.
Their rations are strictly meat, though. Meat and water, of course. Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Now, Oswald.
Yeah.
Was there anything further we needed to do with you?
I don't think so.
All right, you'll be heading back. Wilk, what were you up to?
I was gonna get with Kit.
Well, currently she's working.
Yeah, Miss Frosthammer.
Yes.
My name is Wilk. You may have seen me as one of the adventurers here.
Oh, we've met before. Don't worry.
Oh, right. Can you leave a message for Kit for me?
Of course. She pulls out a piece of paper and a pen.
Let her know me and my crew are currently handling an incident in the forests to the south. We'll be back in a few days. But as winter's coming and the courts of the Equinox are still in power, we thought it'd be safe if she could do us the favor of handling our eggs for our absence.
Where are they located?
Upstairs, typically, and there's still a sticky note by them that says not to touch.
Ah, that's for the snake ladies, yes? What about the rest of you?
I think everyone shoved their eggs in there.
Yeah,
Oh,
pretty much.
And Ahana's just been tending to all of them.
sounds good. I'll make sure that she gets this note.
Very much appreciated.
Good luck, mister.
Gonna need it.
Deep River, right?
Yes, Deep River with a capital D, please.
She actually has to pause and stop herself from snickering at that. Now she's starting to blush because you're still standing there awkwardly staring at her.
Awkward staring intensifies. Oh, right, I had something to go do. Have a nice day, Miss Frosthammer.
You too.
Walks off.
As you're walking out is when you see that Aahana and Aelin and Fenris are returning. Fenris is carrying barrels and, like, you know, have you ever seen what tents are usually stored in?
Yes.
Yeah, like 2 of those and, like, a box of blankets.
So, like,
Fenris
good
is fully
two-person
enlarged
tent.
just to carry everything.
A good 2-person tent usually is, like, held within, like, a 2-foot long thing that's, like,
Yeah.
5 inches wide.
Yeah.
So he's just got 2 things that are, like, 5 feet long.
Family tent size.
You know those giant, fancy, super chairs you can buy at Walmart or something like that? He has, like, 2 things that sized.
Yeah.
And just walking with it. Like,
Hana's still at the stables.
Yeah, I know you. Oh yeah, sorry. You'd be up here at the stables, I think, because that's where. Or did you have them send over the mounts?
I know last time we went anywhere, it was here that I went with Sapphire, but I think also we went to the Frost on them once, so she might be. I don't know where they are anymore.
It doesn't matter because you can request them and they can be delivered, basically.
She'd probably be down here then still, because it
Alright.
was just the closest to her.
Would
at
you
the
like to
time.
requisition them ferried over because your guys are gonna be using them over there now?
Oh yeah, she'll. It's this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she'll probably ask them to have all 5 of the mounts sent over. She's also going to ask if they have anything to if they sell anything like a wagon or anything for like helping with travel.
They don't really allow people to like leave right now, so no, but they used to. All that shit's in storage, so no, not really right now. If you find a craftsman, you could probably put in an order to have one made.
Well, it's not going to be ready by the time we're leaving, so
Not
she's
right
not
now,
going to
no.
do it. After she's going to spend like an hour with Sapphire.
At that
Just
point,
because-
they'll just have you walk her over them.
Yeah, basically. She will also try and see about making a quick stop because she's also remembered that it's the mountain and she's had some experiences with them. She's gonna see about trying to get something to help her with cold resistance, even if
For
it's just
Aahana?
like a fire resistant. The fire resistant
Fenris already got it. Fire silk
Yeah.
blankets. Which
blankets. She
Yeah.
needs something she can fight in.
So you want to see. So if you head back over to the market, you'd note that they don't have anything in your size, but they'd be willing to make it. It just would take some time. I'm sorry. You're a big woman in a dwarven city, ma'am.
you can wrap the fire silk blanket around just like padding.
Yeah, sure. She can drag it through snow and mud while she's slithering around. That won't get it wet and defeat its purpose.
Hopefully you won't have to fight, but well, you don't know.
She will go ahead and she will request something she can like wear basically as a coat.
A
Be
coat?
made. Yeah.
I was gonna say they're gonna ask if you want like an Under Armour padding.
Yeah, like
Or a
Under Armour
coat.
padding would probably be better.
All right, then they'd put you in the back room and have a female dwarf, like measure you out, and then basically it would come to about, I would want to say 5 copper for this to be made.
She will pay that.
Sounds good. They say it'll be done in like a couple of days. Apologies.
She'll ask if it can be sent to the Adventurers Guild.
All right,
it's
and then they
finished.
take your name so they make sure that it gets sent
Yeah.
to the right person. All right.
And then she will help finish taking them all over to the other stable.
All right. So this Under Armour will give you cold resistance. So that means if you are under the effects of something that deals cold damage or the weather effect of cold,
Alrighty,
Just so you
sweet.
know. Same with anything that has to do with fire sex stuff. Fuck you guys know. Then you'll be heading back. So back to Fenris showing up with all the stuff with Aelin, and Wilk stepping out and seeing all this.
That's a lot.
Yep.
Glad to see we're prepared. I'll let you handle dealing with the tents. I can handle with the courts at least while we're going through there.
Alrighty. Fenris is gonna start handing out. Everyone gets 2 fire silk blankets.
This would be great for Iris and myself.
Did you need to get anything for the courts, honey?
For the what?
To offerings for the courts? Do you have stuff for that?
I have a few things.
Okay, cool.
We'll be dealing with the Court of Equinox, because it's still fall, and the Courts of Solar and Night, which usually just let the current court do their thing unless called upon.
1, I only get 1 fire silk blanket, right? And 2, how much do they weigh?
Yeah, you only get 1. They weigh I think a big ass blanket weighs what, a pound? I don't fucking know. Have you guys weighed a blanket lately?
Is it a blanket or a quilt? Is it like a big stuffed quilt?
A big stuffed quilt, yes.
That would probably be around 6 pounds.
6 pounds?
Yeah, if we're talking a
quilts
big
get
one,
really
especially
heavy.
for her size.
No, it's not for her size. Everyone gets the same size, but it's comfortably big enough for someone like Fenris. So if she coils up underneath it, she'll be fine.
Well, for reference, a weighted blanket is 15 to 20 pounds. So yeah.
Never. God, I lifted my blanket before. It's not that. Okay, sure.
A silk comforter is usually around 5 pounds, yeah.
Alright.
Damn.
It just doesn't feel like it because it's all spread out.
Yeah.
I mean, sure. I usually have mine, fucking folded, but alright.
You're stronger than you think you are, Shay.
Fun.
She's getting swole.
I will say everyone just sort of meets up at this point.
Alright.
Things are handed out. That means Aelin, make sure you're writing down that you're getting a blanket and shit.
I got it.
Okay.
Brutus can make his own little fire hovel thing
So
for him.
now... Oh, you're taking Brutus?
I mean, I could.
Which mount are you taking?
I usually brought both of them.
That's fine in the, Iris is gonna start rebelling. I will say that.
Fair.
Pick
Fine,
one.
I'll take Iris.
You got pick favorites sometimes, man. I'm sorry.
Well, the problem is... Well, fuck it. Aahana, Oswald's
Yes.
riding with you. Your mount does not seem to ever give a fuck.
Yeah, you gotta get his fucking mount back eventually. Oswald, you were handed a fucking, oh wait, when you're told you're gonna get, a fucking fire onesie done for your drake eventually.
Yeah.
You gotta get him back.
Yeah, I know.
Jesus. I can only imagine just the fucking pain. Just Master, where are you?
Can't you send a letter and
I can send a letter, but it's not like they can strap a drake to a pseudo dragon and send it back to me.
I mean, they
And I
might
did
have
send a
something.
letter. I did send a letter to them.
They are wavekin. They might be able to take it here somehow. They have a port.
I just haven't heard anything back from them.
You did send a letter?
Yes.
Yeah,
When
when
was
we were
that?
sending off, when we were all sending off the first batch of letters, when Aelin first sent off the letter, by the way, I'm getting married, or something like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
Anyway, so here's the fun part. Wrestling drakes into saddles with blankets underneath.
Aahana just laughs as she watches all of you.
Animal handling.
I will offer assistance to those that need it.
I speak Draconic and simply state, I'll leave Brutus here if you come with me and put this on.
You get advantage.
Aahana offers disadvantage by laughing at all of you.
21.
You needed that advantage.
Yeah,
You got yours in.
dude.
Fenris, yours is happy to be doing things again.
Why did you all roll 21?
Wait,
Blackjack, bitch.
Fenris, when did you get yours back?
Huh?
Is yours still in Emelroth?
No, he rode
No.
his Elmroth.
I rode mine here.
Oh yeah, that's right, because you ended up in Emelroth. My bad.
Yeah, in Sylvanar's town. Or home.
And
Fuck.
That was me rolling. to get
Aelin,
something.
you also. Your Drake seems happy to finally do things again.
He's just patting her head and treating her lovingly. Don't know why the fuck you guys have a problem with this.
Well, no one had a problem this time. But you do remember that they said specifically, the Black Drakes have attitude issues.
And that's why I went for green.
Alright. Are you guys ready to head out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's time.
We get to skate the bagpipes for a bit.
Eventually. You're still in the fucking tunnels controlled by them.
Okay.
So,
They're
are we
still
doing
following us.
are we doing the quick travel? Where
No,
we just
what? I don't want to quick travel. I want to actually travel.
No, on the safety road where you guys aren't
Oh,
gonna be
yeah.
rolling for encounters and shit until you leave.
Yeah.
That is
basically.
what I meant. Basically, for the first week till you get to
The warfront.
Gar Dune Westgate. So for that quick travel, are you guys doing anything overnight?
When's the Grak thing happen?
The first night, don't worry.
Cool.
As much as she doesn't want to, she's still concerned. Okay, so on the first night, is anyone doing anything aside from you?
I guess
Doing my
Aelin
best.
and Aahana have to start. Aelin has to start teaching Aahana.
True.
Elvish.
While they're
Aelin,
doing that, I'm playing with her Drake.
Aelin, intelligence,
You my frost salamander?
Yes.
How dare
Good
you?
deed.
wisdom, Aahana.
Sapphire is a frost salamander.
Alright, I guess I'll take disadvantage on my check or something.
You do get disadvantage on your check.
No,
if
not
you
save.
miss.
Sorry.
Animal handling disadvantage.
Mm.
You're finding it hard to wrap your head around this flowery ass fucking thee thou language. Plus, it's Aelin, and while he tried, and you can tell he tried, he's not a teacher.
He is a very poor teacher, but he's being patient.
I was just playing fetch with the salamander. And
No, you're
occasionally
not.
chip-
Salamanders have very interesting personalities, and since you are not bonded to this salamander, it's enjoying this reverse tag thing of you attempting to pet it and do things with it, and it keeps just out of fucking reach, floating around you and just scampering.
So you're basically running around with your hand outstretched, trying to touch it, and it's just having
You know
the
that
time of her life.
that fucking run, like who when a character just runs perfectly straight back with their hands out, except instead of hands down, it's hands up. But also in between random ones, I'm just like, they also can't learn it well because I'm trying to help and not paying attention and trying to pitch in because I know Elvish. But it's two different kinds of Elvish, so it's like trying to teach Russian and Polish while they just want to learn Swedish.
Fenris, what word did you teach her?
Bad.
Okay, she learned
As
that.
an example, you pointed Aelin.
All right, where is it?
I ate a tub of ice cream and gave another to Iris.
She's not enjoying the sweet so much, so she abstains after the initial,
Noted.
All right, everyone else, mute yourselves. Eventually, Rhea gets up the courage while everyone else is snoozing, and she looks to you with this look of like, are you ready to meet Mama?
Thumbs up.
Well, how are you feeling throughout this?
Optimistic actually.
Not nervous, just optimistic.
I mean, it's not nervous, but it's like I don't know what I'm walking into, but I'm sure it'll be fine.
All right. So you feel yourself pulled physically through nothing, which is the weirdest sensation. And then you remember, oh yeah, this kind of feels like with the fate thing, and that was like something in the back of your mind because you don't actually remember that, but your body seems to.
Sense of deja vu.
The feeling suddenly stops as you are now under a moonlit sky, stars in the heavens above you, and you are in an open plains. Just grass as far as the eye can see. Aside from in one area, looking forward, is a large mountain.
Huh. It's nice to be out of the cave.
Yeah, it's fresh air. It's really nice here.
Yeah.
It's cold though, and you just sort of go, you like shake and you like rub your arms a
Yeah,
bit to pull the blanket around you a little bit better.
I mean, I've got my cloak. I'm good.
Yeah. The only thing you can see around you is that mountain in the distance, quote unquote, in the distance.
Look at Rhea.
She's looking at the mountain.
Guess that's where I'm going.
Start trotting there.
Yep.
She on your shoulder, and you are trotting forward, and first thing you note is that you thought it was really far away. Turns out it's not. Not nearly as far as you thought, and then you really get that sense of that drop in your stomach as the real size of this thing comes into perspective. Because as you move forward and the ground shifts beneath you, because as much as it's flat, it's still kind of hilly. And you're starting to realize just how close to this thing you might actually be and how big this thing is. That's when you notice it has a face. This mountain that's staring down at you.
Fenris doesn't know how to perceive that. That just seems...
Almost unfathomable.
Yeah, mountain's got a face, man.
And it's
Wild.
also right there.
Yep.
Like, just the scale as you, like, tilt your head back to stare up at this thing. You sense shifting of rock that throws you off your feet briefly. You fall on your ass as the ground beneath you seems to just tremble as this mountain before you shifts.
Huh. Well. Don't know what I was expecting. That's not what I was expecting.
Welcome.
Grak, I presume?
Who else?
Touche. It's a pleasure to finally meet you.
What brings you here?
Well, I'm the one who was originally, and is now currently also, once again, bound to Rhea.
Ah, you're the one that abandoned her.
Not my proudest moment.
Nor of your will.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't catch that from the voice
Nor
modulator.
of your will.
No. Not exactly.
The small red one wasn't a good fit.
Sure. He's an interesting lad.
Far too self-serving for my taste.
Yeah.
What makes you different?
I feel like we have generally different outlook on the world, but I don't know.
At least you're not running from your responsibilities. However, what makes you a good fit for Rhea? What could you possibly teach her that I could not?
Fenris kind of gets a stupid little grin. You know, well, I'm currently teaching her common.
As Grak laughs. The entire world it's like the world's ending, because you can hear, like, in the background, like, fucking landslides happening, because somewhere there is a mountain range, you just can't see it right now. And because your whole vision is blocked out by Grak. The whole world is just shaking, and you're just, like, on your back having to, like, hold!
Yep.
Eventually, the laughter subsides.
I like you.
Mock bow, like, you know, you tap your forehead and you make a little gesture.
You seem to walk the line between chaos and law. You don't let other people rule you, and you don't let your own rules rule you. You live in the moment, don't you?
I mean, I can't really think of any other way I'd rather live, if I'm honest.
That said, I can offer you assistance. I am aware of the current issues this world faces, and while Sahara and I, and even Aelin can do little to help, we can appoint champions and give them our power to aid in this whole problem, and I find you agreeable.
Well, I can hardly say I'm not interested. I like to fuck around, but I do want what's best for the world.
Then be my avatar. Not the first, and I'm sad to say, but one of a few.
I graciously accept the offer.
Good!
With that, the mountain seems to quiet down, and Rhea drops a stone into your paw. This emerald green stone has a sort of vein of what looks to be silver streaking through it in a spiral pattern. This is your little stone of Grak. It is a good way, it's like a spell focus or focus of the creator and of the new avatar that you have unlocked. Your XP now can set to mirror Wilk. You are at least one level ahead now, and can use that level and have to use that level to put into the avatar class.
Alrighty.
You can do this at the end of this session. I
Yeah.
don't think you're going to be too much going on that you can't handle as you currently are.
I mean, I should at least roll hit points.
If you want to, by all means. And with that, though, and now the stone, you are pulled back to where everyone is sleeping. And you are sitting there on your bedroll.
Well, I'd say that went rather well.
Rhea just nods and, like, pats you and is like, I knew you could do it.
Rhea really had a problem with that?
Just solemn nodding. And she didn't even ask the same thing. What she asked him was, what you're doing with my child. And, like, what you doing? What you, couldn't even tell her about the Eldir thing. Nothing. Is weird. It's like he froze up. It was weird. I don't know.
I can see how a giant talking mountain could be a little bit intimidating.
I could just answer the question, though.
Yeah. Good sense of humor, though.
Right?
Somewhere on that continent now, there is a bunch of orcs going, it's happening again!
Right? Someone is angered, Grak!
Somewhere else, there's a weird colored orc. Like, why do I get a weird feeling?
Right? All right.
At least I hope he talked to them in this timeline.
I mean, that's where the family's going eventually. All right. So you guys have the next morning. You continue on. Make sure you guys are writing down rations for each of these days.
Wait, how many rations do we have?
I've got a party amount of 30 days, so
Do the
I'll
math
mark
then,
off.
motherfucker.
1 ration per day.
Yeah.
If we get low, I guess I can start having Lufa try and roll cooking to stretch them even further.
I'm also gonna mark off 1 puff mushroom.
Oh, she definitely used one to try
Of
and
course.
test it out.
Alright, so for the sake of brevity, to get to the point where you guys can leave. Yes?
Sorry. What should I set my experience point total at?
Yeah, that's up to you, honey.
I
What's
was
your
gonna do
experience
that at
at?
the end. But I can do it right now if he wants.
Yeah, just give it to him.
39418.
39418. 394.
Alright. Now, for the sake of brevity of getting everyone out, let's do the rolls for each of the next 4 nights? 6 nights? 6 nights. We'll start with Aelin and Aahana.
So 6 intelligence rolls.
Yep. And 6 wisdom. Nice. Nice! Very...
Sorry.
What's up?
Oh, they're rolling further. Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, I did 6.
There we go.
I see nothing below 10. You're doing really good. You're getting the hang of things, Aahana. And while I say you're probably not, like, fluent, you probably can pick up the gist of what people say in Elven. Simple words, like a dumb, like, peon orc who's trying to talk. Work.
Fuck it.
What's up?
After the first day, he will realize they were learning Elven. I'm gonna try too.
You're both
Wisdom,
gonna
honey.
have Elvish with an Irish accent.
Good.
Right?
Jamaican.
You're both
you mean,
gonna
sorry.
sound like weirdos to every elf on this continent.
How many wisdoms? 5, 6?
6.
6.
Fenris will actually assist.
Why didn't anyone tell me every other word is in Sylvan? I can speak Sylvan!
Yeah, Sylvan is like the older than thou, like fucking old, like Renaissance speak of the elves.
I know, that's why I fucking took it as a
And
joke.
since Fenris is helping you, hun, you are on the same page as Aahana, which means simple words. Orc, peon speak, work.
So what you're telling me is he's been stuck in Italy only knowing Latin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
You guys aren't as dumb as I thought.
While learning Russian, because he liked the Russians.
Fenris. What about you?
Sorry, what about me?
Are you gonna be still teaching her things?
Oh yeah.
Okay. What about the second night? What word? And what are you and do the rolls?
Let's see.
Probably just do the rolls and then choose however many words you would learn.
True.
So, 5 rolls?
6.
6. How many popped up there?
1,
4.
2, 3, 4. Oof.
And that makes 6.
She learned one thing.
Yep.
What do you want her to teach her?
See. Can I teach the basic phrase, son of a bitch?
Yes. She may
Better
not
go to point to
understand
Aelin again.
all of the words and what they mean, but she knows she can say it now,
I mean,
and she knows it's an insult.
It's an insult or an expression of annoyance.
She understands.
I like
that
to think
part.
because she got an 8, she just goes, son of a bitch! Like fucking Joestar.
And by this point, it has been 7 days, and you guys are basically.
Wait, do I not get to roll?
What's up for what?
I wanted to play with the animals to try and get them to like
Okay.
me.
What animal are you trying to play with?
Mainly her salamander.
Okay.
So I don't know if I still have disadvantage.
Oh, you have disadvantage, period, because you are not bound to that creature.
Okay, so that's a 20, a 21, a 16, a 9, a natural 1, and a 14.
You got to touch her twice.
Woo!
But she doesn't want to give you anything.
Oh, I know. At this point, he's just trying to play with animals.
She's very cold to the touch.
If Oswald was the kind of person that was like, I must get all the abilities, he'd have everything from everybody already.
Truth.
All right. So on the 7th day, as you guys are riding, you see light that is not just the, torches that line this road, this massive road.
Military
And
encampment.
you hear voices, like loud voices and lots of voices. And as you come up, you see guard blocking the way, and it looks beyond them to be a military encampment that is on the. And then you see off to the left is a massive gate that is closed. The guards do stop you.
Look at them.
What the fuck are you doing out here?
We're heading through into the forest.
Do you have a death wish?
We need to speak with the elves.
Do you have a death wish, son?
They won't harm us.
They've killed everything that tries to go out through those doors. Well, I mean, we've killed quite a bit of them as well, but still.
Are you going to keep stopping me?
Well, we're not allowed to really just let anyone traipse their way out there. It's kind of, immoral.
Like, is he not...
He seems concerned that he's sending a bunch of civs out into a war zone.
Aelin just looks at the
Oh.
weaponry covering him.
He's just trying to be nice.
Yeah!
Sir, we're all very skilled warriors
It's
who are on a
war zone.
mission. And our mission is through that war zone.
Look, unless you have some sort of paper or some sort of authority to just traipse your way out there, I don't want to let you.
Oh,
We
they
have-
don't know who you are. I was wondering why they were talking that way to a baron.
Right, here. My name is Wilk Deep River. I'm a baron of the Deep Rivers. I show my paperwork. We have also been in contact at least once with them. We are trying to discuss peace.
He just sort of runs his hand back through his hair and scans the paper. He's like, well, I lawfully can't stop you all, but I ask you heavily to reconsider.
I do appreciate your worry. That being said, we do need to get through.
That said, the doors aren't opening until the next push is readied. So you will be charging out with the rest, and you might get hurt. We can't just open those doors willy-nilly. That'll expose weakness and we'll get killed.
Alright then.
I see no problem with that.
The next push is in about an hour if you'd like to. I suggest being at the back, and as soon as you get out there, run in a different direction.
Noted. Everybody get your running feet on.
Oh, you mean we're not allowed to fight?
That felt very specious.
And no, we're not allowed to fight because we'd be fighting either the dwarves or the elves, and we want to be on good terms with both of them.
Ah, fine.
If you find a random human in the battlefield, you can fight them.
Command leads you
everyone
to
hates humans.
basically the vanguard position in the back, and to the back of the vanguard back. And It's quiet
Whether
for a
it's
while.
nerves.
Lots of just like murmuring, talking, people polishing weapons, sharpening weapons. There's like squads that are getting orders off to the sides. Everyone's tense, but everyone seems to be getting ready. And about 15 minutes later, someone starts playing the bagpipes, and someone starts doing a drum roll thing. And then shit starts to get real as everyone puts their helmets on and the doors start to open.
They really do like their bagpipes.
It's like hell on earth.
For me, I'm going to try to be somewhat sneaky, but I am sprinting, so it's not going to help.
There is no sneak checks if you're sprinting.
Exactly.
We're riding on the animals, right? Or are we just having them run alongside us?
I don't know. What are you guys doing?
Aelin is just
Aahana is
standing
going to
atop his...
suggest when we get out the gate, we just start running along the wall, the opposite direction what the dwarves are running.
But how am I supposed to spot a human if we're doing that?
We're not
Look with
fighting
your elf
humans.
eyes.
You know what? She's got me there.
Susie will keep her reaction ready to protect people from damage. And I'll just simply do my best to keep us from dying.
Alright. If you guys are...
We got a white cloth. We could have it above our heads.
They don't
Looks
think they
around
care
to see
about
if anyone
I
has
don't
white
think that would-
cloth.
I don't think that would.
No
Like,
one
I
seems
have
to
my
have one.
sleeves, but
I mean, it might. We're not dwarves. They would go, maybe they're not with them.
I think they would do that anyway if we're just riding away from the battlefield and are not dwarves.
The wolves can get pretty fanatical. We may as well give it a shot either way. They're likely
So-
going to intercept us once we reach the forest wall. Comply.
Alright, so...
Is there a checkbox that's just like, yeah, calculate unarmored defense?
I can show you how to set that up later. That is a thing.
Yeah, it'll be a later thing, sorry.
Okay.
As for now, the doors fling open, the dwarves charge in one massive rush, and immediately you see arrows raining down and boulders being thrown, and you see thousands of dwarves just get destroyed instantly. But then their brethren behind them move forward and go ahead. And then you're starting to be like, okay, so yeah, we probably shouldn't have just left. So, what I need you all to roll is survival. Your attempt is to survive this initial battlefield.
Aelin
Okay,
can't help
I
but
will
lose his
say,
shit.
I am making sure to attempt to block any shots, any arrows that are coming towards the Drake, or the Salamander or Aahana.
Buddy, I have an aura of protection. Your blocking does nothing, because I just take it. I have an aura of sacrifice and protection.
Yes, but I have a very high AC and resistance to piercing right now.
It's not
Lila
just
has
piercing.
bubble.
Alright, so as all of the dwarves finally push out, and you guys are hot on their tail, you see them further down the slope towards the tree line where you see ents. You see rock golems. You see animals made of vines and elves in the trees themselves attacking these dwarves that are rushing at them. It is absolute massacre. There is blood everywhere. Shit's getting set on fire. The smell of copper, smoke, and just sweat is heavy in the air here, despite how cold it is.
No hesitation. Ride. Ride.
Which way do you go if you're the one leading Hun?
Well, according to... I like Aahana's idea. Along the wall, away from the fighting. Towards the tree line off to the side.
So immediately you're met with mountain, but the mountain is sloping down towards the trees, and it's pretty close to everything, but you do your best to hug the wall as you go. For now, there seems to be nothing, but as you approach the tree line, in this area, at least away from the fighting, you see a handful of ents step out of the tree line, and a literal pack of both vine wolves and panthers materialize out of the grass.
Just primordial, because that's the only one she thinks is close enough. She's like, we're peaceful!
Shout out in Sylvan. Under will of Keandra and Lignus, let us pass.
Shouting out in plant. Don't hurt us, we're friendly!
Just screaming in common.
Persuasion, all three of you.
Da, 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 da.
All right. So the one that was literally starting to pull a tree out by the roots to huck at you stops, though they don't back down, nor do they part ways. Are you coming to a stop because you are getting really close?
I will stop before
I
them.
would.
And everyone else, are you able to stop or?
Yep.
Yeah.
She probably would have started stopping when she started calling out, "We're peaceful."
As we stop, I lift up my Slayer amulet.
They don't seem to be fazed by that.
We need entrance into the forest.
They're not looking at you specifically, they're looking at Aelin and Oswald.
Aelin is just
I
speechless.
see.
He's not gonna say shit, because if he does, he's gonna say the wrong shit.
The Traveler is just that, a traveler from another world. He is with us. He will be under my responsibility. The last of Vulture's Kindred is also with us, a trusted ally.
I mean, technically, Aelin's under my responsibility, but
Oswald and Plant, you hear muttering as if, the sound of grass and in the breeze. And what you are understanding is they're all muttering about the outsider is tainted, and the Slayers are not allowed to bring outsiders in.
They're saying that he's tainted, and the Slayers aren't allowed to bring outsiders in.
What do they mean by that?
what do they think of Valkyries?
Lift your feather up, I almost said, called you Saharaza.
No,
What's your
they don't-
feather,
they don't care
Aahana?
about you.
Aahana, the feather is on Ahana's
doing
chest,
it
I'm
with
pretty
her.
sure, was our design.
Yeah, it's just hanging there.
But, like, she's gonna, like, lift herself up. And she's going to say in Primordial, because she doesn't know which language, if they even understand Common, basically, just because, She's gonna go, I'm a Valkyrie of Steel of Saharaza, the tainted outsider is, under my... Oh my god, I forgot the word.
Jurisdiction.
Jurisdiction!
I am a Valkyrie of Fire alongside this Valkyrie of Steel. We will take responsibility for anything the outsiders do. Fenris, lift Rhea up. Recognize yourself as an avatar of Grak.
I mean, they're fine with the Slayers going in, but alright.
No.
Also, yelling out in Plant, technically I'm not an outsider. I've lived in the woods, I just had to leave, and I'm coming back. And we're on a mission from Kiandra herself.
Random dwarf corpse goes flying, splatters into the mountain beside it.
Oswald, all you're getting in Plant is the chant of, you're not elf, you're not allowed. Which means, yeah, you would have been locked out despite. But the Ents speak back in Primordial. Fine, but we'll be watching. And as everything parts aside, in Plant, one of the Ents says to a pack of wolves, send word to the tree. And the pack of wolves, of vine wolves, vanishes into the darkness.
Look, Usan, it's your
Zero.
cousins.
Aahana just looks at Aelin. Why am I constantly in charge of you?
Hey, I didn't do anything this time. Kept me feckin' mouth shut.
Fucking hell, so much blood on that field, I forgot it was snowing.
There's snow?
Yeah, snowing beards.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry.
That was way louder than I expected.
They
I haven't
shot!
fucked
Oh
with
no,
that.
they shot the musician. He's just laying down on that one key.
It was snowing beards.
I'm sorry.
Like
there goes
someone
one now.
blew a horn at him like, your joke sucked! I'm sorry, that was great.
You guys are now within the tree line. Allow me to explain a little bit more of what those of you that have not been in the forest before see.
FBI, open up!
Sorry.
Aelin Thirl, open up! She's dead.
All right then. So, the trees here are a little bit more piney still, but as you guys are traveling further in, a little like skittish because of what just happened and like the war that you just left behind, it keeps the heart pumping. And as you guys enter the thicker of the woods, you start seeing trees that are bigger and bigger. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a redwood up close, but eventually they become that redwood in size and then even larger. These are skyscraper trees shooting up into the sky to the point where you don't see sky anymore. It is just trees. And the area between the trees, dense and undergrowth and foliage. It is as natural here as it has ever been. There is a deep-seated feeling of ancient, of a place that is not often disturbed.
These are some massive trees.
Yep.
Right?
Welcome to
Welcome
the
to the-
forest.
Elven lowlands.
More importantly, keep an eye out for shadows. If it gets bigger, it's a rock. Dodge to the side.
Yeah, also, I know you probably won't have as much of a problem with it, but Aelin, have we traveled in the woods with you before?
No, I don't think you have. Not this deep,
Okay,
anyway.
so do you know what the courts are?
I'm actually trying to think back. I think that's been
Don't.
explained to him.
As a high elf, you do know that you are in some form or fashion like Fey light, and you know that the Fey courts are a thing back in your world, and that's the only thing you can think of unless they're talking like actual like political courts. Like if you got in trouble, like you know how you're gonna have to go see a court soon because you did a bad thing. It's one of those.
I've got a rudimentary understanding.
Yeah, I've talked to a lot of outsiders about like what's in their world, and a lot of them say that the courts are like fairies or fae.
Aye.
They're smaller kindred. They're kindred usually of insectoid species. He flips through his book, finds something from the early fucking session 0 of a crappy redrawing of his portrait of a wasp kindred. So they're basically in charge of everything, kinda. They stake out territory and they state the rules, and if you break the rules, they punish you.
We keep them happy.
So keep them happy. If you take anything, like if you hunt something, you have to leave something behind, whether it be the bones or some of the carcass or something of equivalent exchange. And if you do this enough, they'll reward you. If you don't do it enough, they will punish you severely.
Right, I can understand that.
Right now,
And despite them being small, they're just as powerful as any other kindred.
the thing you have to keep in mind out is in the day and the night, there's the solar and lunar courts. They usually won't get involved unless you start causing issues. It's the seasonal courts you have to be wary of. Right now, it's still fall. We have a court of the equinox. They're tricksters. They'll mess with you. Don't take it seriously. That's why I made sure that our eggs were taken care of. Last thing we need is one of them running off with an egg.
Right, so I'll just do my best not to piss him off.
Yeah. And if you find one, please tell it that you wish to bring one of us over to communicate. Don't be rude, but just say that you want one of us to talk to them. That you're afraid of offending them.
So,
And
alright,
if you
I
can't,
can
then flatter. Flattery always works.
do that. We both know I can't do that.
If your life depends on it, you can.
You overestimate my abilities. Thank
you
you for
seem
that.
to do pretty good when I threaten your life, so just assume I'm going to kill you if you mess it up.
Yeah, just talk about them being beautiful and powerful and things. Even if they aren't. Which most of them are.
Just gonna quietly nod while he contemplates not fucking this up.
If you're really lucky, we might even be near Wolf's Grove, if it hasn't moved by now again.
Probably
that?
moved.
Wolf's Grove is where me and Fenris trained as slayers.
Ah, gotcha.
I'm gonna do a perception roll around us.
Are you slowing down and do enough to do that enough?
Yeah, now that we're actually in, we can actually not be as destructive to anything around us by hauling ass.
What are you looking for?
I'm trying to see how closely watched we are, or if I'm literally about to step on a walking tree.
You don't know.
I'm just gonna try opening my senses to see if anything's around.
Well, that does
As
work.
best
to see
I
if there's
can. I don't think
undeads
it does
or
fey, but
elementals.
Well, there is no Fae in this world.
Yeah, it's celestial fiends, aberrations, elementals, or undead.
it's
The
also
courts are like fairies.
There
they're
are
not actually
elementals all around you.
yeah. She was expecting that, but she was
Like,
like,
you're
maybe.
you're immediately blinded.
You just all see her go, eh.
So Wilk is like,
Yeah.
oh, there doesn't seem to be anything around. Ahana's eyes explode in light, and she just goes, ah! So
Well, Wilk
Oswald
knows
would
what I
also
have.
like to perceive. I'm using my echolocation, so I believe I have, what the hell is it? Well, let me just click on it then. It is 60 feet of blind sight alongside my normal sight, and I'm going to perception.
Oswald opens his mouth and just goes,
You also don't see anything.
they're good at hiding, aren't they?
And
Just
there's
Aahana
nothing
goes,
around,
eh. There's
making
so
its
much
presence
around.
known. Yeah, there's a lot of elementals around. You
I
really
didn't
shouldn't
think
do
this
that.
through.
Yeah.
Even
Now you
with
did.
blind sight, these creatures have perfect camouflage, and they're not
Yeah.
moving. So
Well, if they don't want you, the good news is, if you haven't done anything, they don't need to make their presence known. So if we start seeing them, we probably did something wrong.
It's fine either way. Let's keep moving deeper in. About a few hours before night falls, we'll settle in. Set up a camp. So let's keep pushing forward.
all right. So as you guys, you keep going until it starts to get darker in these dense woods. It takes a while, but it does eventually start to do that. You guys start looking for a proper place to put up camp.
Yep. Yes. Drag myself on, I shall.
I was about to do that, but you all may do that if you wish.
Nope.
I'm futz with something, so
There we go.
go ahead and drag me out, please.
I always try grabbing the picture instead of the name.
Hey, I did it.
Nice.
I loved that one frame I saw of squished loofah. Make a token for her or something.
Did you update our tokens?
Yes, why?
I haven't seen the rim of my token in what feels like ages.
Huh?
We haven't been on a map for a while.
Ah.
Alright. Fenris, you go ahead and get those tents going. I'll set up the usual offerings. I don't expect needing to use traps.
I'm gonna guess you guys don't have firewood, so who's doing that?
Aahana will.
So
Fenris will
survival.
start setting up tents.
I'm gonna
Alright.
go with her just because I don't like I said, I don't think she's gonna upset them, but he's just gonna talk to her about like the way that people in the forest do it, so she knows.
Aelin helped Fenris set up a proper camp.
You just completely distract her the entire time.
Alright, gotcha.
Do I need to roll anything to set up tents, or?
We'll get to you, I promise. So I gotta do this like one person at a time, unfortunately. So let's
All
start
good.
with Aahana and Oswald as they're collecting wood.
For the sake of our collective bodies, should I also roll survival?
I mean, she's not gonna find much. In the midst of the taller trees, there's really not a lot of extra spare wood around. What you end up having to potentially do is carve some extra, like, overgrown bark from the base of a tree. But you know that you need to leave something in return.
So I will. What do I have? I'm trying to think of something I can leave. Oh, I know. I'll leave the. I'll do a quick sketch and I'll leave it. So let me.
Sketch of what?
Get it. Sketch of. I saw a bunch of different court when we did the whole thing with the bear. I saw I'm pretty sure I saw a moth one.
Yep, that was one of the ones that came to help fix the problem.
Yeah, it's a sketch of them, and I'm gonna leave it there. See, it doesn't really have to be actual equivalent, just if it's something special or something the court likes.
You'll be able to get enough firewood from that, then. That you are aware of, at least. And then one more survival check, whoever wants to start the fire.
Badoop.
I know it's currently active, but I couldn't be bothered to toggle the light on and off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can get the fire started.
Doop.
Oh shit, I didn't mean to think that.
Alright, who wants to go next for their setup for the evening?
I got something small real quick.
What's up?
I'm going to get, like, 2 rocks, and I'm going to wrap up my malachite that I have in a bit of a handkerchief. I'm going to use the rocks to break up the malachite into a bunch of shiny, sparkly things.
Okay.
Take half of that and spread it around the campsite, just to keep any tricksters appeased with shiny things. Shiny green rock.
Shiny, sparkly pieces of green rock.
Yes.
Okay.
That'll be what I'll be working on. Making it in obvious plantable locations and everything like that.
Who wants to go next?
Well, I guess Oswald is off fucking with his animals, so I guess Lufa looks around to see if anyone wants to help her set up cooking supplies.
I'm not sure we'll get to that point when the camp's set up. Fenris. Dexterity.
Alright.
Or sleight of hand, your choice. Advantage because he's helping. Why did it make this so complicated? Like, you got, like, the 4 poles, like, in the ground right now, and you're trying to get them all, like, set up to, like, connect and then get the fucking tarp on. But you didn't put the tarp on before putting the poles down, and it's just...
Damn this dwarven technology.
Right?
Aelin, you roll.
They could have at least put some instructions in the bag.
While Aelin curses it out, he then proceeds to swiftly and deftly make the tent somehow. It's like weird elven magic wizardry.
You remember he's a ranger now.
I mean, now, he was from the beginning.
Hey Shay,
Yes?
question about Avatar, since me and Aelin apparently have a habit of hitting each other. Does that
Uh-huh.
add to my
Yes.
fury gauge?
Yes, it
Okay.
does.
Okay.
All of that counts.
Alrighty. Noted.
This is the
And
size of
Fenris.
tent you paid for.
You really suck at putting up tents, huh?
Hey, I'm used to just lying out under the stars.
I felt that. I'm just so glad we're not beneath that feckin' mountain anymore.
Right? I kind of missed the stars.
I am never going back there.
Well, we are eventually.
You have another tent to put up, though, don't you?
Why
Yep,
are you
we
guys
sure do.
putting the tents up out in the open instead of, like, against a wall?
You want to do it?
Like,
Sure.
Aelin is covered in sweat, and Fenris is currently panting. They look like they've gone through a workout.
I mean, I'll give it a shot, I guess.
This is kind of
Able to just
our
toss that tent
area,
over there.
so it's best to keep them here so we don't encroach too much on the woods.
Where do you want to put the Drake tent, Aahana?
I was gonna put it over because
Fenris will
this is
still
like
try and help.
this area is like rocks, right?
Yeah, that's a cliff up.
Yeah. She was gonna like put it in like this spot.
Okay. Well,
Ish.
where do you want the opening? And then roll your sleight of hand or dexterity.
Fenris is trying to help, so.
Okay, with advantage.
The
Of course.
opening will go right here at this.
Okay.
The dexterity. Just gonna give it her best shot. Oh, 17.
Somehow,
Instead of-
Fenris once again, someone else manages, and you're just like, what is this fucking trickery?
That's okay. I helped.
You know, instead of like right at the entrance of a road.
Oh, that's not a road. Don't worry.
There are no
Well, like
roads
they
here.
look. It looks like a dirt path going off the.
I know it's not though. Don't worry. That is literally just. This is just barren dirt where no grass has grown. You know, sometimes it just happens.
Alrighty.
It's just the soil is too sandy or something.
This is our camp.jpg. Repeat.
All right. If Lupa wants to try to cook some rations into food, by all means.
Okay.
If she asks, Aahana will offer to help.
Yeah, she doesn't verbally ask, 'cause she can't, but she looks around holding out to, like,
Yeah.
body language if anyone want to help.
Well, I didn't say she says, "Hey, can someone help me?" That she just asks.
It's been better. But it's not, like, horrible food.
Just Aelin in the background. She's not a good cook.
So far, she's better than the first fucking meal you served him.
I like to think it's like, she's not a good cook! Anyway.
Just lands behind him, singes some of that ponytail.
I guess after we eat, Aelin, do you want to do lessons again?
Please don't eat, Aelin.
No, Aelin, I'm talking to you.
I think you need to work on her punctuation,
Write down a
Aelin.
ration, Fenris.
Hey,
Huh?
I suppose I can give you a few lessons.
Rations for the group, make sure you write them down.
I would have headcaned that she was just speaking in Elven and accidentally did say, after we eat Aelin, can we...
Aelin's eyes just widen for a moment.
Is there any other, like, things you guys wish to do before we start doing, like, nighttime rolls for learning things and shit like that and going to bed? Any other camp preparations or things you want to set up?
Should we do the thing with the perimeter, with the ropes and the bottles, Wilk?
No, I've got that set up differently. I've placed pieces of Amalekite around to keep the trickster courts from messing with us. If I leave the metal chime rope alarm with that, they'll likely just steal the trap instead as a joke.
Fair enough.
And I'm saving pieces of those chimes in case they start wanting more. Little at a time, well, they'll take all at once, you know? Everybody eat and get into the tents. If you hear something like a bunch of vine wolves, well, that means the wolf pack's here. If you don't hear anything and you wake up bound in ropes, they've already got us.
You still need watch. Like, it's not like everything in here is completely under control of the elves. There's still wildlife, so...
Agreed, and we've got both Lusan and Lufa who don't even really need to sleep.
I'm still gonna insist on taking a watch.
I would feel more comfortable taking a watch as well.
I shall as
Can
well.
also take.
Alright, so, who wants to take first?
I suppose I can do it.
Alright, who wants to take second?
I will.
Alright, who wants to take third?
I can take third.
Alright, I guess I'll take fourth.
All right. So let's do our evening rolls of learning things.
Aelin's gonna get Lila to help him teach them, because I forgot she
Okay.
speaks Elvish.
And she's also smarter than you.
Oh, by a long shot, yes.
All right, that's not a bad night of teaching. You're definitely more tired than normal. I don't know if like the aftershock of the war zone or something. You're not at peak performance, but it's okay. They're learning.
He is refrained from shouting at them.
Fenris.
Alrighty, let's make some rolls.
All right. She almost gets it, but you rolled 1 point too low for me to let you learn
Yep.
the thing. I apologize.
That's fine.
And then you guys settle in. First watch. Get in your tents, motherfuckers.
Alright.
That is the animal tents. Are you sleeping with your Drake?
Yes.
Okay. I can't really stop you.
Ah, I didn't know Wilk was a scaly.
I will say, when is Lusan attacking?
Attacking what?
Well, he refrained from attacking you on your way over here, but apparently, remember, he's been upset about when you weren't you.
Well, he has to wait for me not to be guarded. There's too many witnesses.
I mean, he's alone now, aside from the Drakes.
Let's see if he's sneaky enough to avoid Susie's detection.
Think Susie's gonna stop him?
He thinks she will. He almost awakens one of the drakes and he realizes, no, the time is not now. I will have to call upon my brothers of the trees.
We're gonna get in a group with them, and he's gonna be like, "My fine brothers, attack this one."
We're gonna finally make it to Elenthiril, and Lusan's gonna go, kill them all. They are liars and deceivers.
Grabs by scruff of neck, drags back to campfire. Pat, 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 pat. Feed soup.
Aelin.
Eat soup.
Yee.
Con save to stay awake. Now
50?
perception.
Want me to roll Lila's too?
Yeah, if she's keeping watch with you.
Where the fuck is it? There it is. Oh.
That's performance.
Oh, god damn it! What the hell is it?
Roll perception.
Lila's trying to roll.
If she
perception.
doesn't, if she's not trained in perception, then you have to roll wisdom.
Wisdom, right, thank you. I still didn't see shit.
Roll me a d20.
No.
Neither of you are being very watchful tonight.
Oh.
The cat is attacking.
That's what they like to do.
Cat on the board. A gigantic cat descends from the heavens.
Classic D&D, classic.
On its back perches a mighty dread gazebo.
Did you say gazebo?
Yes. Are you not aware of that thing?
No,
How
I
many
don't
letters are
know
there
the
in
reference.
alphabet?
25?
Roll me a d25.
To explain briefly, someone didn't know what a gazebo was, so when the dungeon master said there was a gazebo, they were like, "Is it friendly?" It's a gazebo. I roll to shoot it. It does nothing. It's a gazebo.
Alright, I walk inside.
Alrighty
The
then.
gazebo mimic awakens.
All right. Aelin,
Yee.
you hear scampering. More scampering. The tree beside you rustles. And then a Lusan 2.4 bursts from the trees, skids to a halt and stares at Lusan.
Lusan's prayers have been met. Approaches. Rustling intensifies. Sorry, cut off.
2 more jump out. They kitty zoomy around Lusan and then take off into the trees.
Lusan follows.
Oh no.
Did I just
What do you
witness
do,
a mating
Aelin?
ritual? He just kind of stood there, dumbstruck for a moment.
You hear a deep rumbling coming from the tree next to you.
Take a step away from the tree.
Just gets up and starts walking towards the
As you take a
campfire.
step away from the tree, you see a green vine-wrapped paw burst out and bappies where you were just seconds before, and then it just retracts like it when you didn't see shit. There was no claws. They were retracted. Much like a cat under the bed, it's waiting.
Hey, quit it, you little shit! Lila!
Rumbling intensifies.
Directly at you. Puts the mouth.
Lila,
finger
go
to
into
mouth.
there!
You crazy? I'm not going in there.
Come on! What you... Usan! Back here, you little... where the hell did he go?
As he's inching around, 4 more vine panthers burst from random patches of grass and start zooming around the campsite as though it were 3 a.m. because it is.
Lila, I'm not supposed to attack these, right?
Well, they haven't hurt you yet.
Entangle! Spazzes! Escapes!
You briefly do get wrapped up in vines, and then, you know when a cat's not trying to hurt you, but they bite you, but they don't press down.
Yeah.
Your whole arm is in its mouth briefly. You hear the rumble, and then everything you're no longer held. You're on your back on the ground, and the thing is scurrying away.
I am not okay with this.
Gotta clamber
Once
back up
again,
to his
puts
feet.
her finger to her mouth, like.
You see Lusan staring at a tent flap, screaming.
The tent flap rustles in the wind.
Do we roll con saves?
So with my current setup, my
I
passive
mean, technically,
perception
he
is a
can't
20.
make noises like that. It's plant noises in screaming.
Oh, so only Aelin hears them.
Screams
Yeah.
in plant.
I mean, I know plant.
Screams in
My
plant.
passive perception right now is 20.
It's too soft for that, though. Anyway, the tent flap rustles again, and from behind Lusan, another red vine panther leaps out, tumbles through the flap because it doesn't fasten like that, and is now inside the tent, scrambling in absolute panic. It rips the tent walls down and is now running around, dragging all 3 of you as you're awoken, taking 5 bludgeoning damage as it attempts to escape, eventually finding the flap opening and fleeing, though the tent is in disarray. In the corner of the campsite, collapse on all of you. You are all awoken, tumbled about, aching and a little confused, concerned, and panicked.
Ellen just watched that whole thing go down like, what the
Eh. What
Aelin!
happened?
Was that a vine panther?
I think so.
Lusan!
Meow,
Is that Lusan, though? Is it?
meow.
I'm assuming it's Lusan, and I'm
I
going
don't know,
to be
is it?
walking over and scolding it like it's Lusan.
Scurry.
Aahana is just looking at the tent.
As that vine panther jumps into the bush, 7 more burst out, and they all scurry into different directions and vanish into the night.
I guess we had a vine panther party.
Meow.
I don't know what just happened.
Shay, this was a fantastic time to ask about avatar cantrips.
Yeah.
How many do I get?
Do you not have a listing for them yet?
No, it doesn't tell me how many I get.
It should.
Fuck.
Pretty sure it's in there.
No, I might have fucked up. I have to look over that. I'm going to be looking over that. For now, let's just say you have 3.
Sounds good.
And I'll go and I'll be fixing the whole avatar thing tomorrow.
Aahana's
Alright.
going to
And once it's
spend.
fixed, I'll let you know and you can change whatever you need to change.
Hana's gonna spend some time, I guess, fixing up the tent with mending.
Alright.
Oh yeah, I was about to go like, yeah, I'm just gonna take mending.
Hands on hip, glaring at Vine Panther.
Tail flick. Head tilts.
That you, Lewis-on, in plant.
Meow. Turns into a rock.
Picks rock up.
The vines
Lewis
around
on
the
it.
rock start going ape shit.
Lewis-on, if you don't answer me, I'm gonna goop you again.
No! No, Crimson Fowl, do not! I want the outies.
Then go have the outies, just don't go into the tents.
It wasn't me, I swear it.
Yeah, look what your friend did.
I was under
You
the
are
sway. The sway of the Zumes.
While
Come
you're
here.
talking to Luson, a pair of paws that are like the claws are sheathed burst out of the grass and bappies at your talons, then vanish again.
I put the rock down here. I'm like, you are helping.
Unravels self.
Hold the tent up while they fix it.
Gets underneath he goes cave explorer mode and just like expands upward with his fucking entangle spazies. Just unravels his tail up to help hold it up a bit.
All you guys heard was him opening his mouth and the sound of ruffling grass and dry leaves coming out.
I don't know how he does that.
He grows a fake beard from ethereal dust.
Lufa points at herself.
That explains nothing.
Points at Gordhead. Points at him.
It doesn't take you guys long to get the tent back into order. While it had been collapsed, it was easy enough to put it back into shape. I'm
Well,
guessing
that
you're
was
back to
fun.
bed.
Well, Fenris is gonna ask Rhea for a quick favor.
Yeah.
He's going to hand her a copper coin and just be like, "Can you just make this into a thin piece of wire?"
Yeah. She takes the copper coin, puts it in her mouth, starts chewing. You see her do the whole mouth just really working on it, and then she reaches in with her little fingers, and then takes you see a little glitter of copper, and then she pulls out a whole thread of
Thank you.
decent thickness, not super thick,
And,
but it's a long. It's
Starts
probably
pulling scarves out
a
of his
foot
mouth.
long.
and now holding this, he's just gonna point over towards the tent that Wilk's in and just say, "Bitch," and cast message.
Jesus.
You hear a message of bitch in your mouth. You're awoken by this.
You hear ba-ding, bitch.
just Hank Hill, smack, bitch. Single message gets returned. Cunt.
Okay, go back and do zoomies or whatever the hell you want to do, Lewis-on. Just don't tell your friends not to go in the tents.
You don't understand, Crimson Fowl. They are free!
Free of this mortal
No one
coil.
controls them!
Crimson
Tell them
One.
Tell them the horrors of the goop if they misbehave.
Crimson One, you must understand. I cannot escape. The flap is closed.
Opens the flap.
I want out. He goes outside, just slightly into the middle, stops, licks himself, and walks back in.
I put my hand on his face to stop him from walking in. Out.
But I want the innies.
Go in there then. Points to the Drake tent. Closes.
He does not understand. I cannot let father know. He is my prey.
Loose on the tent flap rustles.
Opens flap. What? Wait, no. Grabs both sides of face. Explain.
Mouth opens. Sounds of roots grinding into each other. as he explains the horrors of the goop.
What do you mean the horrors of the goop? I mean, explain why he's your prey.
You did not hear such a thing.
Lewis on.
You hear nothing, Crimson One? That is
I'm
not
already
father in
adhering
there.
to you.
That is not father in there.
Yes, it is.
Lies. The giant large one speaks truths.
What giant large one? What are you talking about?
The one of darkness, with the great sword.
Fenris.
His
Do you
name.
have any idea how many times Fenris got in trouble for trying to play pranks on people?
He
or
lifts a
lying to
single
people?
paw up and says, "This many."
More than that.
He
Fenris
lifts
was lying.
his other paw. This many?
Falls forward.
Many more. More than you have paws.
Impossible.
So at
Every
least
week
5.
when he was growing up, he got... Every single week when he was growing up... I'm just imagining he holds up 20 paws. Every single week when we were growing up, or when they were growing up, and when I was, messing around with the Slayers, he always got in trouble for pranks. He got in trouble for pranks the first day we met Aelin's sister.
This
You know what
one,
he did?
This one was beginning to wonder why he was still alive if father was fallen.
Yeah. He's fine. You're fine. No hunting people that are our friends.
Silence.
Understand?
Persuasion.
Did I do intimidation instead because I'm adhered to him?
Just like
He's immune to fear. He's not convinced.
Hold on.
Lusan knows what he saw.
Yes, of course, Crimson Fowl. I understand you clearly now.
You have fallen as well.
I see you have chosen death.
Lusan, I
No,
just
no,
want
he-
you to know, I don't like... I know that that I have no idea of knowing if he actually is,
That's an
Sammy or
insight.
Yeah, Oswald was just going to assume, because he's been screaming about, "Father is dead! Father is not here!" Well, inside anyway, but no matter what I get, I'm just going to say, whether or not you believe me, just give him, if he isn't him, it'll come to light eventually. If you try to act on it beforehand, goop.
You have just risen his suspicions, but understandable.
Unadhere hand from face, going to bed.
Alright, next
Alright,
watch.
The rest of your watch passes without a problem.
Quietly implant to self. Now the Crimson Fowl has been replaced as well.
Who did they say was next up on watch?
That's on you.
Stick his head in the tent.
Which one of you fuckers is next?
Wilk. Bill
Alright,
hasn't
wrong
gone to
tent.
sleep yet.
Hick.
Falls back asleep.
Fuck you.
It's your watch. Get up, you prick.
Right.
He's gonna clamber into the corner and pull Lila close. He's traumatized by the fucking panthers. Ugh.
Constitution.
What?
Constitution.
Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Stay awake.
Stay awake.
Not save.
Oh. Yeah?
Yeah, you're awake. Perception.
$12.
Roll me a d20.
$2.
Oh, okay. Roll me a d25. What'd you get?
It says it's rolling. 14.
Father, the zombies have resumed. that's even your real name, father.
You're back.
My name's not father, my name's Wilk. What?
But it's harder to trip over something slightly and just whisper to yourself, ow.
I'm just imagining though that has anyone seen that I don't know if he's on TikTok or just on YouTube Shorts, but the guy that pretends to be Bartholomew or whatever the like super overdramatic Timmy, that's who it is. Pretends to be the super overdramatic elementary schooler. He just starts yelling like Shakespearean, like, what? Thou art telling me that the titles of mother and father are but that? Titles? Who are these?
yeah.
Oh, right, yeah, no.
Sandra and Thomas? Knocked from thine divine perch of parenthood. Imagining that going on in Lusan's head. I mean, there's no need to get dramatic. I am the drama!
God.
God, I want to play D&D with that guy so badly. That would be so fucking funny.
Roll me a d8.
One.
The fuck is this?
That's always a good sign.
The fuck are you?
One of these days, I'm hoping we find a roving mauler. Just hear Shay go, what the fuck?
Roll a different number.
5.
Is it bad? This is one of my favorite parts of traveling in the forest, is her going, what the fuck, roll a different one.
Alright, that's good enough.
God, I've missed these camping sessions. Like, legitimately.
Well, you don't like the glorious sound of bagpipes?
No, I prefer flutes. But also just because when we do get something, half the time it's like, what the fuck is that thing?
Shay, I've made a mistake.
What's up?
Cantrips are listed in the level up table.
Oh, they are
I
there?
don't. Yeah, I don't know any yet.
Oh, yet?
My bad.
Okay, so that's eventually?
Yeah, I get 2 at next level.
Okay. I'm glad.
That's interesting. Never heard of spellcasting class with second level cantrips.
They're not a super spell. They're like half of half casters, unless you're the marsh.
Kind of like how level 1 paladins don't get shit until like level 2.
Oh yeah.
I have like no tokens for them.
It's even worse.
I guess.
I can offer what I did with the boggle. If you send me the picture, I can whip you up a token real quick.
No.
Okay.
Just take it from real world. It's fine.
Uh-oh. Why did Wilk suddenly get a -20 on his mood? Is that an owlbear? Could have sworn you
Oh,
had
it's
an
an
owlbear
owlcat.
token.
It's not an owlbear.
Oh, the owlcat. That's adorable. That's adorable. I love it.
So, you hear a rustling in the bushes up here.
I look.
You don't see anything. I know you see it, but you don't see it.
I have a passive perception of 24, and I will
You know something's in
intentionally
there.
search and see if I can't see it. One perception.
You don't see anything
Aw.
aside from the rustle.
I think I had a 21 there for advantage. Well,
If you had advantage, then you see a couple of glowing eyes. About Luson size,
ah,
if not slightly bigger.
looking at it. Looking at Susie, Luson, who's just trying his best not to attack me until Lufa goes to sleep. Lufa never sleeps.
Rustle.
It's moving. Lufa, you got any leftovers?
Looks at pot that's still slightly bubbling. Thumbs up. Gets bowl, fills it, hands it.
I'll fill a bowl and like put it like right here, and then just come over here and sit.
Oh yeah, I think it's 5 feet. Okay. Medium. That's good. Where are you putting it?
Bowl of food right there. Orange nummies.
You see a pale gold and red paw bappies out from the thing, scratch a little, and then disappear back in. Once again, about Lucen size.
I'll nudge it closer. To the bush and step back.
As you get that close, you actually get... Hang on. Does a 20 hit?
Yeah?
A fire bolt, like, blasts into your chest, and you take... Five fire damage.
Do we round up or down for damage?
What?
Do we round up or down for damage? I'm resistant.
Up.
So 3 damage.
And then you hear a soft, growling, clicking noise.
I back off further and watch the food.
Satisfied, you see the bush rustle again as if pacing, and then BAM! You see a brilliantly gold and red colored feather cat thing come out and start devouring the bowl.
I'm gonna draw it. Oswald's gonna want to see those. It looks.
I wasn't gonna let you guys interact with a phoenix at night, so this is a phoenix owl cat.
Cute.
Eventually, the bowl is empty, and it just sort of paws at it, and it flips over, and it fucking spazzes and starts fucking destroying it at the bowl. Though it doesn't hurt the bowl; it's just playing with the bowl.
I'm just fucking watching this go down. I'll do a little.
As soon as you make a motion or make a noise, it pauses, frozen mid-strike at bowl, eyes staring at you.
I'm gonna roll animal handling to lure it closer to the rest of our dirty bowls. We can give it more food.
Poof!
Shrug.
Reeves bowl.
Firebolt. Hang on, I gotta roll a thing. You just moved too fast. You got too close.
How dare.
Is an a 19 hit?
Yes.
Six fire damage.
12, because she's vulnerable.
Ooh.
Quickly pats out fire, trying not to have her clothes be on fire. Chucks bowl into bush. Pouts.
Chuck's bowl and bush. Scurry! Scurry! Scurry!
Chucks spoon. Continuously chucking things. Sits cross-legged, cross-armed. If she had facial expressions, you swear she'd be pouting.
There, Lutha.
There's now rustling in the back behind the tent.
It's just a mad
Picks
critter.
up other bowl.
Luson, go make sure it doesn't set like the tent on fire or something. Luson's gonna be sneaky boy. 24 crouchies. Sniff, snuff, sniff, sniff, snuff. He's gonna keep an eye on it and will entangle if it gets achy at the tent.
It seems to be just in the tent, in the bushes right now. There was a rustling as it moved, but now it seems to just be like
Content.
loafed. It is loafed up. It doesn't seem to notice you.
Well, his entire night's mission is now set to make sure it doesn't set anything on fire in terms of tent.
Okay, that's all you're getting for the night.
Alright, I shall wait for my thing to end.
Silent grumbling as she gathers the things she threw at the thing.
Oh, get Aahana then. Awakens the Aahana.
Alright.
There's a few critters out there. Gesturing to fire mark on chest.
You say that, and she just squints at your face and goes, "It's a forest."
Yeah, there's an owl cat in the area.
Oh. This is what we mean by be more direct. Pats on head. You go to sleep.
Yeah, most things are usually deterrable. If it's hostile on its own, though, that we'll have to deal with it. Aahana, you have to roll initiative as Emmett has attacked the token on the screen.
That is your token.
I have to lead the ball.
Initiative. 8. He goes first. Damn it.
He got a surprise round off and sneak damage.
Aahana. Con.
Oh yeah. I was just constant.
Aelin, the elf that doesn't even have to sleep, just sitting there awake reading a book now.
He had his little fucking nappy nap.
At some point, you start to nod off. Distracted, you are unable to really perceive much aside from keeping the fire alight. Your head keeps bonking down and you keep going, ah! And then you keep going, ah!
Only Lufa would offer solutions, but she's too upset right now.
Stupid mending. She had to get up, fix the entire tent, and now she's having to do a watch.
Does a 12 hit Luson?
No.
Well, I mean, let's see if it hits the tent.
Oh.
He would entangle there if it started attacking.
Oh, it didn't start to attack. It moved and it came closer, saw him, and then a fireball burst out of its mouth. How would he know?
Yeah.
He's been watching it this whole time.
I mean, now that the fireball's gone off, you can entangle.
Oh, okay.
That 19 is not going to hit the tent. It's fine.
Well, at least it's fire resistant. Restrainies. 28.
Aahana, you are jostled awake as a screeching hoot noise echoes through the camp as something sounds like it's dying.
What the fuck?
Aelin
Looking
refuses
around.
to acknowledge that.
Everyone, you do hear it. It is waking you up.
She's like going close to the noise because she doesn't know what's
Wait.
going on. What
Is
the
that
fuck?
What time is it? Is it almost time for my watch?
You have no idea.
Everybody gets in their head from fucking loot. Like, Wilk's just laying there, bloodshot eyes open. Everyone hears in their head from Luson, "I have captured the bird of fire and kitties.
Where are
Okay,
you,
let me deal with
Luson?
it.
In front of you."
I see him. He's here. I'll deal with this.
Just literally a net wad of plants that have just completely enwrapped around this poor burb.
That is screeching continuously.
Oswald is going to roll animal handling to try and calm down the owl cat, and then tell Lewis on once it's slightly calmer. I know it's not gonna be calm. Once it's slightly calmer, he's gonna tell him to let it go.
The screeches are muffled because it is restrained, unable to speak or move.
Why do I never roll good animal handling when I need
With
to?
the 12, it is still panic. I'm sorry.
I offer it food.
Panic.
It's
Eh.
also encased in vines.
Restrainees.
I'll just tell Lewis on to let it go.
It will light us upon the flame.
Then I'll stop it.
Very well, Crimson Fowl. You have obtained responsibility. Luson unrestrainies.
So,
Pop.
absolute panic is going to fly in a random direction. Away from Oswald. Little wings beating frantically. It can't actually fly, it can glide. And it's now like claws dug into a tree staring down at you.
Called from the tent. If it's the fucking owl cat, it likes food but not people.
I've dealt with them before. So it's just how high on a tree is it?
Like
Clutch.
20 feet up. The Fenris like, I'm going back to bed.
I'm gonna take some of the dried meat rations that I have. I'm gonna put them at the base of the tree, and I'm gonna just move back and just tell Lewis on, hey, just give it some space. It probably only attacked because it was startled.
It wanted to Bernie's the tent.
Did it aim at the tent or did it aim at you?
Both.
Did it aim at? Were you in front of the tent?
I was where you are standing.
Okay, let me tell you this. Most animals don't understand what the heck a tent is. It was aiming at you and it missed.
Meow. Telepathically to the owl bird. Got my eyes on you.
I'm just gonna
He
pat
gets
Luson
screeches
on
in
his head.
response. You get the intense he gets the intense feeling the owlbear is gonna get its revenge.
Owl kitty. Oh god. Luson goes to be the sneakies.
Alright, Aahana, what are you doing?
Well, I guess I'm awake now.
Yeah, but your watch is technically over.
Your watch, Oswald.
Yep.
Not like anyone in this damn tent is asleep anyways.
Aelin just flicks to the next page in his book.
Con, Oswald.
$11.
Perception.
And I have a +3 because of an infusion, so 12. Well, I guess Lufa can help
D20.
me. But yeah, D20, alright.
Ah, this night.
5.
Owlcat comes down from the tree. Only Luson will see this. It eats some of the food, and then carrying a strip of like jerky in its beak, it pads up to Luson, chirps, bats at him.
Bappy's back.
Scurries!
Continues.
Hiss. Concerned noise.
The crouchies.
Wings flare.
In Owlbird's head. I'm calling it Owlbird. It's an owlcat. In Owlcat's head. What the? Creature of night, you will not harm the tenties.
Screeches return.
I'm assuming I can hear this shit, right?
Nah, it's in his head. He's doing the telepathic.
Oh, okay.
Stalks closer.
All the feathers stand on end. It's doing the arch back, arch tail, like side step thing. Wings up.
This thing's a fucking menace. He will continue to just watch as quietly as possible. Stiff as a tree. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's gonna bappy him again.
Pouncies! Misses. Rolls in the
Spazzes.
dirt. You spaz.
Fucking
it rolls.
spaz. He rears back on his hind legs, arch back, and pounce. The claws are not, like, drawn, so, like, no damage intended, just smack. Just dex, I guess.
You smack. It screeches. Rolls. Goes in circles. Jumps on.
Absolute mayhem.
Is on head.
Absolute mayhem.
It's actually, at this point, you realize it's only half the size of Luson.
So while it's clinging to his head, like lightning, straight past Oswald.
Luson cannot see, even though he has blind sight.
Spazzing. Spazzing everywhere.
Grab.
Bonk!
I grab onto his hindquarters with the goop.
Flailing, screeching, and combined.
Wings flared. Does a 19 hit Oswald?
No. His AC is currently 21.
Fireball flies past your shoulder. Sorry, firebolt.
And I'm going
Screeching.
to
Huckles
activate
raised.
the visualization of my owl cat revivify, and 7 tails are going to come up from behind me as I try to animal handling it again.
Screechies!
Only a 16.
It's not attacking you. But fluff out.
I offer more jerky.
Another animal handling.
Okay, I was marking down my rations.
It takes the jerky and flies away. You get an ability.
Ah, yay. I just pat Louison's head and let him go on.
Everything's normal as if nothing happened.
The sun is rising.
Okay. Lufa has put on breakfast stew. Oswald just, like, clangs a pot.
For those of you that actually may or may not feel like you slept from all that.
Clang, 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 clang.
Meow.
See what Lufa makes for breakfast.
She still has to, use the rations.
Gourmet dinner.
14. It's not that good, not that bad.
No, that's decent. Remember, 10 is the average.
Oh, okay. A nice light soup to start the morning.
Well, that was a crap night.
Yeah,
It's better than anything Aahana's ever made.
Aelin?
Yes?
Mid berating him, a wooden spoon is clonked down on top of his head.
And Lila's tentacles are wrapped around his mouth so he can't talk anymore.
Thank you, everyone.
That was more racket than I'm used to.
Yeah, all cats are kind of chaotic.
She looks at Luson. I get the feeling all cats are just chaotic.
Well, not all cats have the
That's-
ability to set things on fire.
That's so much worse, yeah.
I mean, to be
Meow.
fair, the Vine Panthers did more damage to our tents than it did.
Fair.
Yeah, that. What was that, Lewis-san? What was that?
Meow. They came out of the trees. They spoke to me.
Those slayers in the area can see that there are multiple Luson-esque footprints all over the place. Some bigger than Luson, some smaller. But all distinctly vine catty.
Groans and eats breakfast stew.
Be glad it was them and not like vine rocks or something that lift us off into the sky. Or the stags. The stags just get pissed.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we gotta pack up and head out.
Yep.
Sounds good. Must see how much of our offerings got taken. Probably all of it. I'm guessing all the malachite dust and shards that I scattered around have been taken.
No, actually, they've all been piled into a little pile. And you're worried now that something else might have been taken.
Pick it up, combine it with the other pile. I only used half of it, so I still have like the other half.
Fenris is gonna start checking his belongings.
I'm guessing that's not a good sign.
Unless they were happy with any offerings you all took elsewhere or gave elsewhere.
I know Oswald gave a drawing.
Yeah, I left a drawing of that moth
wood.
kindred that we met at the Starfur village.
That's probably fine then.
Should I make some extras for people to give in case they... I don't know.
Aelin,
Yeah.
are you checking your things?
Yeah.
Your mask is gone.
Hey, but hey, I just fucking bought that. That's why I can't have nice things.
I guess Aelin had something taken.
You know, that checks out.
If we find the local group of them, we could probably barter for it back.
That's not even worth it.
Yeah, it's just like a cheap mask.
I mean, it
Yeah,
wasn't
well-
cheap, but
Well,
It was the fucking principle.
Lufa quickly checks her bag for her mask.
it's there.
you
She
guys,
wearing hers?
Nope.
y'all remember those old like way back cartoons or anything like that where there's like a guy in a giant tiki mask and all you can see is like the arms and legs sticking out of it and a spear or something like that? I imagined that, but in the trees with Aelin's mask and one of the fucking moth kindred or something going apeshit with it, like.
After everything's packed up and we're starting to leave, Aahana, you feel a woody finger poke you.
Yes, Lufa.
Gestures to burnt hole in her clothes.
Oh, sure. She's gonna just put her hand out and mend it.
Ah, the light!
Sorry, it's daylight. I'm trying to actually make things a little more fucking,
The sun rose so quickly.
Leave me alone!
Sorry.
And she's like, oh, sorry, I'm blocking all the sun moves. She gives you a thumbs up.
Just an ungodly tall ant. Sorry.
You're about to
Wait till you
fucking
see
meet one.
Ellen Thero.
There we go. Nice and fixed.
Clunk, clunk, as she claps.
It's the least I can do. We cook good food.
Let's continue.
climbs back on Frost Salamander.
Yep.
Your salamanders, by the way, while are having a nice night, do not like running through the trees during the day because it is cold out. Those of you that don't have like a cloak that protects against like the cold, are you actually like bundling up in the quilt while riding?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were doing.
I'm just making sure.
Aelin just has Lila between his legs and the fucking quilt pulled over them both.
Oh shit, is it that cold? I might have to change one for.
Yes, it is that cold.
Yeah.
In fact, you've noted that the trees don't really have leaves right now.
Equipping Scarecrow Constitution.
You see one of them frozen, slightly start to thaw, then it explodes. Dex saving throw.
As your guys are moving today, who would like to roll to see if we get an encounter or not? Twice, because you should have gotten the chance for one yesterday.
I guess
What
I'll
am I
roll.
rolling?
Go ahead, roll 2d20s.
Okay. I'll take one. Aahana, you can take the other. That's 2.
That's an encounter.
Yep.
That is not. Alright, roll me a d25, Fenris.
A 1.
Oh.
Yep.
A is for Azrael, Lord of Hell. A is for Adrian, the Angle of Wrath. A is also for Aelin, Bitch of Wrath.
Ah, okay. While you guys are riding, you actually have to come to a stop eventually because there is impassable terrain, like there's cliffs and shit. You have to like work your way around, and the only place that you could go forward has a big ass tree sticking out of it. And then as you guys come to a stop, the tree shifts and moves and turns. This is a colossal sized creature. It is a massive ass tree ant-esque thing. It is actually what one would call a tree warden, and you wolves would have come across this before.
Alright, I guess Fenris, we can roll history to see what the fuck to do about these.
Yep.
See if
Aye.
you've been paying attention. Oswald just walks up. Oh.
I'll just give Wilk the help action.
Okay. With a 17, you know that the elves call these basically the great-grandfather treants, also known as tree wardens, or the one who protects the forest. For the most part, leaving it alone is a thing, but if you wanted to move, that takes more of a either telling it a story it hasn't heard before, answering a couple of riddles, maybe leaving an offering.
I do not prevent Oswald from rushing up then. That's Oswald's cup of tea.
Hi!
Oswald, tell the story.
Implant.
It's just staring at you.
Looks around. You want me to tell the story?
Yeah, tell it we would
Yeah.
like to move past in exchange for a story.
Oh, would you be willing to move if I told you a story you haven't heard before? Assuming no reaction.
Well, actually, it shifts and then it stares down at you a little longer, and finally, eventually, a mouth opens. Why are you speaking to me like a tree? In common.
Oh, I just wanted to be polite. Sorry. In common.
Racist fucker. It says
I
in
just
the
like
missile.
talking. I just like speaking in plan ever since I learned it.
What brings outsiders this way? Not
We have
an
to go meet
elf
with
in
the
your
elves.
midst. The elves aren't welcoming visitors.
Actually, myself and gestures to Wilk are slayers, and we have an ongoing contract with the elves.
This is true. We also have Blessed of the Creators amongst our midst.
Guys suddenly feel something compelling you. Charisma saving throws. You can choose to fail this.
I choose to fail.
I choose to fail.
I'll also choose to fail.
He senses this and he understands. So you tell truths. If it is of actually such great importance, I will move.
Oh, I still wanted to tell you a story.
Aren't you a little short on time?
I mean, we have like 5 years, but I guess to a creature like yourself, that would be a short time.
This tree, it's like the base of its trunk seems to split as its legs sort of like lift, roots gripping or like being torn out of the ground. It's step, the whole ground around you rumbles as it steps to the side. For those of you that have seen Aelin before, this thing is about a quarter of its size.
Big boy.
It is a big boy. He moves off this sort of like pass and then sort of replants himself and then waits.
For reference to Aahana, I don't think that necessarily needs a reference, but you know Walmart?
Yeah.
That's a foot track of this thing, apparently.
Nice.
That's a footprint.
Yelling over it. Thank you! Next time I see you, I'll tell you 2 stories!
Your stone will glimmer.
Oswald is the happiest he has been in a long time. He's gotten 3 abilities in 1 session.
Woo!
Nice.
You guys can continue onward.
We do so.
I have to like things like this that normally attack players. I have to like feel like, no, in this world, but and then I'm like, no, they can't just get attacked by this thing. Not to mention the fact that I don't think you guys would survive.
Oh, we would fucking die.
Even the one I found that's a smaller one, it's not even colossal, it's huge. Its challenge rating is 24.
Nice.
We could probably win against a normal ent, like a normal ass 5e ent. Not any of these.
Like this thing, there's some really interesting abilities you could probably get from this.
Yeah. I just know that there's no combination of abilities I have that would be able to do anything to it.
You absorb it. You explode.
I can't absorb it. It's too
All
fucking
right.
big.
You absorb it. You're just stuck to its side doing.
And
Oh
as
shit,
we-
what if I get its size? Oh no.
As we start settling back into another evening of this, I feel like it's a good point to stop here. Unless you guys want to go another hour. Up to you.
I'm fine with it.
I mean, I'm fine with stopping.
I am as
I
well.
don't think I have another hour with me.
I understand. Then we can call it here tonight. Congratulations, people. You guys are well on your way to finding the elves.
Woo!
Hey,
A good almost 5 hours, yeah.
Yeah.
I know one thing I do need to... so, yeah, you would be able to cast your cantrips then, Fenris, with that last level 20 ability, but I'll look at it tomorrow and see if I need to revamp it to make it a little more oomphy for those of you, for the 2 sub-classes that don't get a lot of casting.
Yeah, because from what I can tell, Marsh is the only one that gets actual spells.
And not just cantrips.
Because it's
Yeah, and the other ones just get cantrips.
Alright,
up to
I'll
5.
probably add something for those 2 sub-classes specifically, no worries.
I mean,
Not that you're gonna get to it because you're in
No,
multi-class,
yeah.
but I'll make sure
I
put something in there.
Probably need to, I guess, spend a wish spell to go fully into Avatar. I don't.
Oh, you
fucking
want
know.
to? Nice.
if you wanted to, you could appeal
I'm
to Grak.
Yeah, Grak would be able to fix that for you.
yeah, I'm not sure if I will, but like that's just like my thought is like if
Remember,
I
if
wanted
we-
that to happen.
we delay and fuck around enough, epic levels are a thing.
That and remember, if you do decide to go full into that, you lose the extra. Like remember, we were gonna make that size growth stat.
Yeah.
For funsies.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, on the bright side, I have a
I
thing.
don't think Fenris would want to stop being a Slayer low level as he is in it.
Understandable.
Fenris.
Hmm.
If you get big, and then you get bigger, I have a potion of enlarged person.
Why
We'd have to
would
drink
you
that
do this?
first.
See, he would then be
Just-
able to maybe do something against that thing you guys left behind.
He'd be able to hug it. And maybe body slam
just
it.
dip
and grapple
a
it.
dart in the enlarged potion and just hurl it at his back.
Those that do
I
need to go
repeat
are
what I
free
s-
to go.
I repeat what I said before. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
That means
Yeah.
you,
So we
Aelin,
need
and Pinky
to-
if you need to go.
We need to figure out a title first.
Yeah, true. What do you guys want to call this session? And then before we cut out, I was gonna actually have you do your rolls.
Oh, what could we call this session?
Shoots and treants.
Fuck, bro.
I mean, shit, I'm down for that.
So like,
Saving Private Ellen Thirl.
no. Trying to
The
think
grandmother's
of how
house
we
we
could call
go.
it, but it's like two completely separate episodes put into one.
Of Tale of Two Cities.
Into the woods.
Nah. Into the Woods could work, yeah.
I like Into the Woods. It's simple, and there's not really too much that went on this episode,
You
unfortunately.
could say back into the woods. I think one of our previous episodes was called Into the Woods.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, back into the woods.
Out
Alright.
of the goddamn caves.
Away from the bagpipes.
Out of the
No
caves
more
and back into
bagpipes.
the woods. All right. Oswald.
Yep.
So you have 3 abilities?
Yeah, I got one from Lufa, one from the Owlcat, one from Tree Boy.
Okay.
Alright, I'm gonna go roll around and try and sleep before work.
See you
Catch you
later.
guys.
Good luck!
Y'all have fun.
Did you roll for them or like what is? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh, I
tired.
didn't. So I didn't know if you wanted me to roll for the Owlcat and the thing. You said you get. An
Oh yeah,
ability,
it's the
so-
rule that they gift. Then they can just give you something.
Yeah,
right?
and for Lufa, I rolled.
Okay. All right. Where's Lufa's sheet?
Well, I'm glad I was feeling up enough to actually be here today.
Me
Fuck,
too.
I was not good.
I figured that.
I like never get sick, but when I do, fucking hell.
I understand that. What do you not have that you're aiming for in this?
I was just getting it to get it. Like I don't have Terrifying Glare or any of the Soul Grab or Soul Empowerment shit. I don't have some of the condition immunities. I think. Just roll, and if I have it, I'll re-roll, or I can just meh.
Alright, I think I'm good to stop the stream though.
Roll me a d8, I guess. No, we're doing this right now.
Oh, okay.
I'd like this to be a part of it.
Yeah, I like it when they actually show what the people get. 8.
What condition immunities do you have?
Let's see. I have immunity to paralyzation, petrification, charm, prone, and frightened.
And you can't be poisoned already.
I can be poisoned, I just have poison resistance. I think it's when I reach like level 10 that I'm immune to poison.
Roll me a d4. You are immune to blindness, or you have the ability to be immune to blindness.
Cool.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Does that mean Oswald can just stare at the sun?
Yes.
Yes.
But once I take it off, all that damage is gonna be like, oh god, my eyes!
Roll another d8 for the Owlcat.
Okay, give me just a second.
It means magical darkness wouldn't work on him.
Yeah.
He's got those super eyes. Oh wait, no. Roll d7, sorry, because you already have that last one.
Going to GM.
Hmm?
I was rolling to GM for some reason.
No, you're fine. Ah. You have resistance to fire?
I do not.
You have resistance to fire.
Wait, do I? I think I do. Yes, I do actually. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Roll a d6.
I remembered. I was like, "Hey, I've got that thing from Lufa where I'm immune, where I'm resistant, but blah, whatever."
You have a firebolt.
Ooh,
Nice.
another one.
You have. Oh, you already have firebolt?
I don't have the spell Firebolt. I have Sharir's Fire Belch.
Oh, fire belch. You mean his fire
Yeah, I
breath?
have his Fire Breath thing. Yeah.
Oh, this is just sorcerer's firebolt follows cantrip line.
Oh, okay. I'll just drop that.
Not sorcerer, you know what I mean. Just firebolt.
Yep.
The cantrip.
It's always cool though. Firebolt's a fun one. I'm interested in
for me.
this tree though.
Phoenix
know.
Owlcat, right?
Yep, Phoenix Owlcat.
Alright. Oh wait, hiccups.
Roll me a d14.
Shit,
Come
man.
on, 13. I don't know if it's anything good, but I know later numbers are the best numbers.
For abilities, yes.
Not always. For example, size is one of the low ones.
5. Lucky you.
Pick a language. This
Any
creature knows
language?
all languages, and I'm not gonna fucking figure out how many that is to roll for, so just pick a language. Sorry, you don't get anything good.
It's fine. Languages are useful. What languages do I know? A lot. Fuck it, Sylvan.
No Sylvan. There you go. I'm a little sad you didn't get like the other ones. There's some
You're the
really
DM,
interesting
you
ones.
can make me re-roll if you want.
No, it's fine. This is what it is. It's good. Although, maybe, you know what? Roll one more. Same roll though, because
He's like, he told me he'd tell me 2 stories, so I'll give him 2 things. Davin.
you get false appearance. If you remain motionless, you are indistinguishable from a colossal tree.
I just feel like we're in the city at some point. He has that active, and as we just stop, and suddenly everyone goes, "What the fuck?" And then he moves. And it's like, where'd that go?
I will state that you have to also control your breathing so you don't move, meaning like you'd have to stop breathing for a while. That's
Or
the
just
only way
slow
to
it,
be
yeah.
that immobile to be able to look like a huge tree.
Do I
Sorry.
have to do that for my other
Colossal
one
tree.
that I have? Because I have one that lets me appear as a, when unmoving, lets me appear as a stalactite.
Yes, that one also requires you to control your breathing.
False appearance.
Colossal tree, though. It's huge. That's a big tree.
I don't know how I just misspelled appearance that bad.
I was actually thinking if he got summoned treant, it would be funny as fuck, but he didn't get it.
That'd be terrifying.
Right?
I don't need more things summoned. I already have to refrain from saying
You
I
are
go
Minion
over-
Mancer now.
Yeah, I have to refrain. Like, I have the fucking... Like, Oswald in the background is playing with the spider and the Eldrunga. I just have to not bring them up to not take up other people's time.
I feel that.
Yeah.
What the hell is this thing called again? Father
Fossil
Tree or
Berry.
something like that?
Elder.
The Father Tree. Also known as the Elder Tree. Also known as Arakor in Elvish. Also known as the Protector of the Forest. Or
If
the
I roll
Tree
enough
Warden.
times, can I get ability, confusing amount of titles?
Right? He's got a lot of titles.
Alright then. Is that
That
a
was
good
fun.
stopping point? Cool.
Yeah.
Thank you all for being here. Enjoy your night.
Bye.